Welcome everyone to Insight 2021. This is the part I hate most about virtual events. Usually after I say that, I get a massive applause if we're at a live event. So I'm going to pretend everybody is out there having a massive applause and are ready to start a fantastic day here with us. Insight 2021 is the only content intelligence conference that we're aware of. And we believe here at Notch that content intelligence is changing the way people do and evaluate their content. And we're excited to be able to help people build strategy, understand the technologies surrounding content, and actually come up with ways and new approaches for developing content. So we're excited today to be hosting over 25 sessions for you to attend on these specific topics. They'll be running today across 3 stages. So I'm sure most of you have already gone out and evaluated your agendas today, but if not, be sure to check all the stages to get a read on what's going on. The main stage will be primarily content strategy today. The second stage will start out as content strategy, but ultimately end up as technology. And finally, the last stage will be on content creation. So please visit the stages that make a lot of sense to you. We're excited to do this in line with our partners. We've got great partners, LinkedIn, Ad Age, Salesforce, all helping us put this show on. And we've got speakers from all of those organizations participating today that we're excited to have as part of this. We also have great speakers from a lot of other organizations like Citi, Google, MasterCard, Vayner, Zillow, and The Atlantic, all that you'll be hearing from today in various sessions. So we're excited to have you all here. Normally in an event like this, I have to encourage people to be on social and provide feedback and engage. But I looked at the audience, and I know most of the people out there are super social active. And so I'll just give you the hashtag Insight 2021. And anything you want to post, please include that hashtag and make sure that you follow us at Notch Inc. on Twitter as well. So one final little housekeeping note: if anybody out there actually has any trouble today, please reach out to us directly at hello@notch.com, and we can give you direction on anything to do with either the technology we're using or how to get to the stage you may want to be on, or just answer a question. Speaking of questions, there's a number of sessions that are going to have questions that you can ask. We highly encourage you to participate. It's very difficult in a virtual environment to get people to engage, but look, it's a conversation. We want to be able to educate and make sure that you come out of this with the ability to do more with your content strategies and content intelligence within your own organizations. So we highly encourage you to be part of the conversation throughout the show today. With that, I think it's time for me to kick off the rest of the day. And by the way, failed to introduce myself. My name is Ben Plummer. I'm the Executive Vice President of Marketing here at Notch, and I'll be your MC throughout the day. Our first session is actually entitled A Brave New World, Where Content Leads and Media Follows. And I'm super excited to be able to introduce our CEO, Anda, who will be participating with Haley Romer, the publisher and chief revenue officer at The Atlantic, in a discussion that's really going to be about how media and content are complementing each other. And the world is flipped a little bit on its head in terms of how they're working together. So it should be an exciting conversation. I'm excited to kick the day off for everyone. And with that, let's get the first session started and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
For love, you.
Hi, Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just dancing to the background music.
So was I. I was going to write in the chat. Are we having a dance party right now? It's only 11 a.m.
Our music has always been very good during conferences, so I can't take credit for it, but thank you to everyone who's doing that in the background. Well, welcome everyone. I'm really excited to see you all today. I wore my favorite earrings for you all because it's a big event. And really excited to be here with Haley, who's also decided to wear really great earrings. So we're kicking off strong. Haley, I was actually realizing that you're kind of one of my COVID friends. You know, like we sort of knew of each other before COVID, but I feel like it was somehow COVID that really brought us together. We ended up just talking more and advising each other and thinking through, honestly, one of the big questions that we're going to talk about today, which is where's content going? What is the role? Is it becoming more important, less important? So anyway, I'm just happy that I got to meet you and that this conversation and all these virtual Zooms have led to us becoming great partners. So let me kick it off by thanking you and by asking you to introduce yourself a little bit and also to tell us a bit about how you've seen content evolve over the last year and a half.
Okay, well, you've said a lot in there, but thank you for having me. And I will echo your sentiments. I think we're probably all at the point where we recognize we've got a finite amount of time left to truly take stock of what the impact of COVID was on us, or try to kind of implement the things that we want to be sure that we stick with, and perhaps let go of some of the things we want to let go of. And our friendship and partnership certainly is one of those things I'm grateful for. So thank you. And I think this conversation is just totally timely in the sense that just last week we, of course, announced that we at The Atlantic are the first publisher to work with you at Notch, leveraging your data and analytics capabilities on behalf of the content that we have on our site. And that is a good way to introduce myself as the publisher of The Atlantic and the Chief Revenue Officer. And my job is to oversee the revenue that we have here, our business lines of business. And one of the largest driving business lines for us over the past 8 years has been branded content, quite frankly. And I think the reason why we're so excited to bring this partnership to life and to be the first publisher to partner with you to leverage Notch for Publishers, Anda, is because we've always seen ourselves as being at the forefront of marrying art and science. And what we so deeply at The Atlantic, what we really understand, I mean, there are two things. One is storytelling. How do you really get to the heart of the narrative that will also connect with audiences? So storytelling and audiences, we get those two things. We are expert in those areas. But the thing, quite frankly, that we need to improve upon is leveraging analytics and putting the science behind it and truly understanding how it's helping everybody. Of course, our audience first, because everything we do, we want to be audience first, but absolutely our partners, because if we're going to bother to embark on this at all, we have to make sure it works for everybody.
Well, thank you so much for introducing that. I will say that it says a lot about The Atlantic, not only that you're the first media company to work with us, but also that you've decided to embrace transparency, because at the end of the day, proactively telling all of your brand partners that you're willing to share all this granular extra data with them as part of our commitment, our mutual commitment to transparency, I think is huge. And it says a lot about how good you guys are. And I think the fact that you've been doing this for 8 years is probably one of the reasons why you're so confident that you can deliver for your customers. And obviously we've seen you deliver for a lot of the brands that we were serving before, time and time again. I'm curious, I'm gonna ask a self-serving question. What was the state of content intelligence before, I guess you met us and you were working or started thinking about working with us?
It was bleak, Anda.
I mean, let's go with that. Let's just
sounded good, right? That's good. It was analytics were a desert. Sorry, I saw my computer froze. I think really broadly, it's no secret that there is tremendous sort of frustration around the fact that it's always been hard to prove, the value of marketing. But anytime you introduce a new concept with regard to marketing, I guess this would be true of anything. Anytime you introduce a new concept for anything, people want to instantly know that it works. And we all know that things take time to prove, even though we know that it's working.
Right.
Content marketing is not new, right? It's been happening since the dawn of time. But I think what is new is the fact that content is the new currency for media and for marketing. And I think that's what's new. And given the fact that what's changing out there is the way that organizations need to tell their stories and connect with customers will more effectively be done through the lens of content. I think it's right that people are saying, well, we definitely need to understand and prove more that this is working, because it's a whole different type of investment and everything. But to answer you directly in terms of what the landscape was like in terms of analytics, I mean, I think the main challenge that we have, or that we've had, and I think this is true of all publishers, is any sort of unified approach to gathering the analytics and to having it in one place. And so it's not like we're flush with hundreds of data scientists that have nothing to do all day but sit and look at this, right? We've got a team of people who are looking at a number of different things and leveraging a number of different resources. And at the end of the day, what Notch has really provided us is the ability to collect the analytics in one place, and the ease of use, because what it does too is it empowers the team in a new way and frees them up to truly understand what the metrics are saying and do other things, right? And help make the content more effective based on the suggestions that the analytics are making.
Let the machines do the machine work, right? Yeah. Let the algorithms do the work.
Let me flip the question on you and ask you, you obviously were seeing some sort of need in the marketplace such that you started Notch and you continued to evolve the product. So what had you been hearing across the landscape that made you see this as a real opportunity to continue to develop?
Well, look, I think, as you know, we've been building Notch for a few years. We moved the company to New York in 2015 and have been growing here ever since. It was really the true launch of the company as a content intelligence platform back then. And even though content marketing is not new, and even though content marketing had been going on for years, especially at The Atlantic, I think, as you said, because content has grown in importance internally inside of organizations, it just has a brighter and brighter spotlight that is just, on it. So as a result of that, because it's becoming more of the glue, like whenever you think of a media strategy or even a data strategy now, you're starting to think, how can I use content as the glue or as the honey trap that brings consumers back to me and gives them a value exchange so that they give me their attention, give me their data, give me a transaction. As that's been happening more and more, I think the question is, how do we become efficient in understanding the impact of content quickly? So a lot of what you just said, I think it's because brands are becoming publishers themselves in a lot of ways. I would say that a CMO would answer in the same way that you have in terms of why bring a content intelligence platform on board, why bring Notch on board. But what we're seeing now, especially with all the data privacy changes that are coming up early next year and also have started on the mobile front, is that brands are embracing content even more. They're embracing direct deals with publishers. Mm-hmm. And so I want to ask you about that, if you've seen a trend change on that front, because by doing so, it just gives them the ability to target an audience with higher fidelity and get more out of it. And they're investing more in owned content experiences, which I know you also help brands with. So also curious to hear what you see there. But overall, content is growing in importance. Content leaders are getting hired left and right. There's more and more jobs out there. And we run this amazing community called Pros in Content. So the velocity with which we see people change jobs and create new jobs is pretty amazing. Yeah. So there's definitely something going on in the space beyond what we've seen go on for the last 4 years.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And I think, as I said, we started doing this. I mean, we sort of officially got into the branded content space in 2013, I guess the end of 2013, early 2014 is when we established Atlantic Rethink. And I think what we've been able to do is kind of track the changes in the industry. Obviously, looking back, you can track anything, but what we've done really nicely has been to help lead the industry in terms of evolving the storytelling capabilities. And one of the things you said I wanted to kind of jump on, which is the efficiency in terms of understanding the effectiveness of the content, because that is a hugely transformational proposition in this world, right? I mean, when digital upended every other media because you could see in real time, who was clicking on your ads and what they were doing afterwards, right? As that sort of started to change the sort of consumer behavior, and that dovetails with this moment as consumers in general are changing and wanting more from organizations and understanding more about what companies care about and what they invest in and telling their stories in different ways. I think we've seen that we need to do both things, right? We need to act as though we understand digital marketing, right? So like act in the true to digital marketing way, but at the same time, do it in a way that genuinely connects with consumers and readers, which is actually, it's probably more intentional and deliberate than just, sort of straight up clicks. And so I think that the beautiful part of what you offer is the ability to help us understand, right? So it might take a while to get the content right. It might take a while to kind of suss out the story, to tell the story. Like it takes a little bit of time for that to bear out, because that is the thing that you want to get right. Although there's no guaranteeing that there's going to be engagement. So when you can tell us in the moment, okay, this is working, this headline might not be the best, or maybe we cut this down a little bit and the content will go further, that is just the best case scenario. And it's truly, it's truly been an evolution of the industry and how we've gotten here.
Well, I think measurement in general for marketing has always been a challenge. I've never been the biggest fan of attribution models because I just know the low quality of data that typically goes into analyzing that. I'm a bigger fan of building really robust data science models that use leading and lagging indicators. And as you said, content typically, especially for customers who come to the Atlantic, they have a long sales cycle. So they're trying to move someone through a sales cycle or through a engagement cycle that is months, not days.
Yeah.
So you have to use leading indicators, to some extent engagement, but there's many others as well, as opposed to just looking at last click attribution. So yeah, the importance of having a holistic perspective when it comes to measurement for your holistic strategy for content is super, super important.
Yeah. You said something else too that I wanted to touch on, which is that brands are doing more direct deals, and you can imagine that being the case with the Atlantic, and we're definitely seeing that. The truth is we've always seen that. So I think putting it into context, though, what's interesting is if you think about the Atlantic and who's coming to the Atlantic, it is somebody who's a critical thinker, right? You come to the Atlantic because you want to understand something more deeply. That doesn't happen just, you don't just read something and go, oh, I get it. Everything I ever thought has changed. It's also not to say that everything we write about is a topic with big enormity, I guess. Everything is not so serious per se. But I think the point is, if you come to the Atlantic to think differently about something, the best case scenario is that we have brands coming to us saying, you know what, we want to help people think differently, or we want to demonstrate how we have helped shape the future of something, or help shape the conversation around this particular topic. And what we find, right, just in the most sort of basic of analytics, is that when a brand aligns relevant content or their content with relevant editorial, like Atlantic's content, topically, their content performs twice as well versus unaligned. And so I think as people are really hungry to understand the effectiveness of content, and they're saying, okay, we might not be able to know in the near future exactly who this person is, but we have a sense of what we think they're coming for. Context, right? Contextual alignment matters more than ever. Obviously, trust and credibility from an editorial platform perspective matters more than ever. And then the ability to really go deep on the stories and tell those stories in a unique but substantiated way, I think has been really important.
Totally. I wanted to ask you as a follow-up to that, you talk to so many CMOs and CEOs as well, because the reach that you guys have at the Atlantic is pretty incredible. And I'm curious how you've seen, or how you're seeing the dynamic of an internal marketing organization shift as internally content becomes more important. When we got started, just to give you a sense, I would say that the vast majority of the conversations we had were with media leaders inside of brands. And what's been fascinating is over the last few weeks and months, we've actually seen a lot of media leaders leave the companies that they were at for one reason or another. And a lot of CMOs, at least that I'm talking to, are sort of proposing that media becomes almost a sub-function of content or digital marketing. So I'm curious, how have you seen that evolve?
Honestly, it's been incredible. Over the past couple of weeks alone, I was just talking about this morning. I've been in conversation with 5 CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And as you said, I'm talking to CMOs on a near daily basis. And the thing that I'm hearing from CEOs more than anything else is, one, they are completely clear that if it's my job to create the narrative for the company and for the organization, the way in which this narrative is getting translated is no longer through traditional, sort of product advertising, right? So it's no longer like, this is the company that we are, this is what we make, and creative, you go off into a room and help sell that product. But it is, this is the company we are. This is who we aspire to be. Here are all of the things that we're doing to try to make a difference, A, in the, in society broadly, B, for our employees, C, for our customers. We work with a lot of consultancies who are helping other organizations to understand the importance of being true to their narrative and having it penetrate through everything they do. So what's happening is, if whether you're a consultancy or you're just a CEO of any type of organization, what I'm saying is everything has to penetrate every aspect of the organization. So the role of the CMO now is no longer just package this product and make it look good and reach as many people and try to get as many people to buy it as possible. But it is truly the shareholder economy, right? Stakeholder economy. So it's no longer about the shareholders. So you're thinking, you have to be, I as the CEO am responsible for all of these different stakeholders. Well, now so are you as the CMO. And so if you're thinking about marketing, you need to be an extension of what the CEO needs to do, and vice versa, right? The CEO has to understand that everything they say and do is being looked at through this lens. So what I'm saying is, I've heard more CEOs talk about the role of content and the importance of their narrative being told in the right way. And so therefore they're focusing on it more. And in many cases, they're changing up their org structure to say, I want content to be right here next to me. So it may live with the CMO, it may be a comms officer, or it may go directly to me. Yeah. So I think you're seeing that shift happen in real time. And I think the CMOs, the marketers, the content leads, I think the people who can truly understand how to extrapolate and then recraft the story from the CEO, get that out in the right way, and figure out how to align it with the overall company objectives. And the best places to align it outside the organization are the ones that will succeed, and the ones that, quite frankly, the CEOs will lean on to help build their business in the future.
It's interesting, because what I'm taking from what you're saying is that marketing overall and comms overall are becoming more strategic functions because they are the functions that have traditionally been in charge of content. So I know we only have 2 minutes, and I want to go into maybe making a prediction, and I'm going to totally steal your prediction that you probably would make based on what you just said. And I would say that I think over the next 3 years, max 5, we're going to see more and more chief content officers show up reporting into the CEOs of these Fortune 500 companies and being peers to marketers and comms leaders, because content is about the narrative of the company, but it's also about HR, it's about product, it's about sales. It's really about every function within the company that's trying to send a message to some set of stakeholders. So that's my prediction.
Right. That's interesting. Okay. Gosh, you didn't tell me that we were going to make predictions.
I know, sorry.
So I have to my crystal ball.
On your feet.
My crystal ball is outside. Yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying too, let me build on what you're saying. Please. I think it's fair to say that that marketing and content, this has always been true, but I think the sort of delivery mechanism is the thing that's changed a little bit. I think they're, and will continue to be, synonymous. And I think those who understand that the translation from CEO and overarching organization to the customer, the degree to which people can rightly and effectively tell those stories and engage people will be actually a success metric or determinant in the organization's success.
I like that. Thank you, Haley. We do appreciate the chat today. Thank you for
So
the
fun. Yeah.
So excited for everything that's ahead for both of our companies and for both of us. And we'll keep the conversation going.
Thank you. Have a great conference, Anda. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, welcome back to the main stage. I hope everyone had a chance to spend a little time with Anda and with Haley. I want to thank them both. It was a very interesting session, and really enjoyed the back and forth. I took a few things away from that. Probably the biggest thing was that you need to let the technology do the technology's job, and that content intelligence is really the place that you get a unified view of your overall content performance. But the second thing I took away was that that's the glue, actually, that content's the glue, actually, that's really holding a lot of the organization together. And I think that insight is going to carry forward into our next session with Amy Johnson, who's a CMO at Zillow, and Brandon Starkoff, who's the CEO at Transparent Partners, where they're actually going to be discussing content as the connective tissue in an organization, and the road back to customers. So I'm very excited to announce the next session. Some of you may have noticed that I've changed venues. I'll be changing venues throughout the day, so it'll be a bit of where's Ben going to come up next. You'll get a tour of my home as well. But I'm very excited to introduce the next session. I'm looking forward to hearing from Amy and Brandon. And with that, let's kick off Content as Connective Tissue. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks for the intro, Ben. And we are very excited to speak with all of you today. I am honored and thrilled that Amy Johnson is here with me today. For those that don't know Amy, she is the Chief Marketing Officer at Zillow. And Zillow has obviously had a great run over the past 15 plus years, and more recently has been exposed in the public, and Amy as well. Just for those that don't know, she's been at Zillow for 3 years now. Amy, is that right?
2.5, yeah.
2.5 years, 3 years, right? And she was just recently recognized by Business Insider as one of the top 27 most innovative CMOs. So congratulations, Amy, on that recognition. And I think you've had a great run at Starbucks previously, working on CRM and loyalty there. And then there's also, a decade at Campbell's, which is a good training ground. And I think one of the most interesting stats by you, Amy, is your early career as a SaaS programmer, which I think is a great background to have. So I'm excited to have you here today, Amy. And as Ben pointed out, the theme of this discussion is really around content as connective tissue. And the reality that it's connecting mainline brand advertising, performance advertising, and sales enablement with products and customers, right? So it's really that sort of red thread that weaves its way throughout that. It's also now connected to measurable assets, right? The ability to measure it and understand how you're building relationships and establishing ongoing trusted relationships with your customers. It's also a really big deal in terms of how you connect your culture, your employees, your partners, and your customers. So there's a lot that content can actually do as that connective tissue across your company, your people, your customers, and your business. And so, Amy, one of the first questions I wanted to ask for you is, how do you think about content overall? What's your overall view of content and its role in customer communications and experiences?
Yeah, it's interesting. When you're going all the way back, I was thinking about how content has just changed so much over the last 25 years. It's every single time we go to talk to a customer now, we think about what do we want them to think, how do we want them to feel, and what do we want them to do differently after we're engaging with them. And I think it's true whether you're selling pasta sauce or a coffee house experience or a house. Content has to really be where the customer is, clearly, right message, right time, right channel, the right person. But there's the, what do they need to think? What do they need to feel? What do they need to do? And with the explosion of content, it's just, meeting them where they are with the right message has just become super easy. You don't have to, create a living room like we used to do at Starbucks in a weekend fair that's going on, the food fair like the one in Chicago, to get across the feeling of Starbucks not in a store. You can now surround a customer differently with that. Now you could go in and see what your furniture looks like in a room in a house that you want to buy. There's just so many super interesting ways now you can connect with the customer to get them to change your behavior that maybe they were doing before.
Yeah. So you alluded very subtly to the way that you think about content at Zillow, right? Which could be just a tour in a house, right? As a piece of content. So help the audience understand why content is important for Zillow as you continue to evolve the marketing communications to really address the realities of the real estate marketplace, more emphasis on the customer now as the business is transforming. Like, what are the problems that you're solving for through that?
Sure. So I don't know if any of you are trying to find a house. I was lucky enough, I found a house in this market where there's not a lot of inventory. And so you go into a space and the house you don't like, you're like, there's like a crack over there or something. And you talk yourself, I don't really like it. But when you see the house, you're just like, I love it. Oh my God, this is great. And then you can't show too much emotion because there's going to be a bidding war and whatever, right? Like, so, but it's emotion. It's all there, the emotion. And then you have to start, then you go, well, rationally, can I afford it? And is this the right neighborhood? And has a crime here? Can kids go to school? So like, there's this whole balance between emotional and rational that we have to balance. And so there is fun in buying and selling a home, right? There's the searching and finding aspect. There's the sharing part. There's the engaging with the content, right? There's also the, how much can I afford? What's a mortgage calculator? How do I get pre-approved for a mortgage? Do I even know if my credit rating is right? So there's that rational piece. And the other piece is just as a customer, and again, this is me, and it's also other folks. Is like, you love your agent. Like, I love my agents; they're great. But sometimes I just want to do a little bit of research on my own because I know they're super busy, and I don't want to bother them. So, what's the content and the place that Zillow specifically could show up that feels like they're helping you along the way? So we're showing you the emotional houses, and at the same time, we're also rationally helping you through your decision-making process. And then we tie you back with your agent so that you can have those conversations. You can feel comfortable, and they can help you in really hoping buy your home for you. But it really is a connective tissue throughout the whole journey of what you're going through. There's so much opportunity there, so much opportunity to connect it.
Yeah. So you've talked about emotional and rational. You've talked about decisions that are and evaluations that a customer is doing both on their mobile device or any other desktop device, but also how you're connecting that back to a human, an actual human, an agent, right? So how do you think through the importance of data and measurement as part of this? That connective tissue. The reality of, like, if content is that central source that you can share out with others, how are you balancing the emotional, the rational, the digital with the physical world through that?
Yeah, I totally, you have to be measuring as much as you can. And I am a big fan of, intuition and measurement, and when you use both and how you balance them with each other to really understand. Sometimes you just have to say that there's going to be an additive conversation you're having with customers, and the stacking of the points and the joining of the emotion and the rational and the integration of conversations you're going to have. There's so much magic in when things click with customers. And as much as you can directionally understand what's driving to the thing that'll get the customer to click, super important. You don't want to know what each individual thing is doing. You don't want to, if you get so mathematical, you kind of also miss the magic of marketing. which is, some of that, when you add 1 + 1, you can end up getting 10. And you just don't want to miss that, because a number is just a number in reference to other things, and that helps to drive you forward to to other things is super important. But all that said, I'm super excited now that you can actually measure some of this content, because outside of marketing, the CFO and the CEO and everybody's going to be like, but what's the score? What's the measure? How do we know you're moving the needle where you need to move the needle? So I think it's the balance of both that helps. As long as you keep your eye on the customer, what do you want them to think, feel, or do differently than after you've spoken with them or connected to them?
Right. And given that, I believe the average home sale or purchase is every 7, 8 years, somewhere around there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you have customers that come in, they want to sell a home, they want to buy a home. That happens, right? They finally transacted, they're in the home that they love. How are you thinking about the use of content or storytelling over time to be sure that they're and continue to remain engaged in your brand?
Right. Well, it's interesting because we just changed our mission. We evolved it. So we want to be powered with people and really create a marketplace for our first 15 years, which is great. And we did it. And now our new mission is to help customers unlock life's next chapter. And because buying and selling a home is in the middle of your life, right? Most people don't just say, I'm going to buy a home because of no reason. It's because something happened. There's a birth, there's a death, there's a marriage, there's a divorce, there's some life event that's occurring. And so we want to understand, where is the customer in that journey? We want to have a relationship with the customer. We don't want to just be like, at that moment in time, hi, here we are, right? We want to be there with you. So when we think about how customers interact with our sites and our content, we have to think about, where are they in their journey? And we have to allow them to pop in and out in their own time and space. So if you're dreaming right now, you could be looking at that next home you want. You can be playing. A lot of people play with sale, like, wow, that $17 million home in Long Island is beautiful, that I want to visit now that I'm not going to ever be able to visit in person. All the way down to, if you're literally buying and selling a home, how do we get you that mortgage, right? If you don't have an agent, how do we help you find the best agent in your zip code? So you really have to think of customers to meet them where they are and decide then which information makes them happy, gives them information, gives them a way to move forward. So in unlocking life's next chapter, our main reason for being is actually help them move forward in their journey. So every bit of content, every conversation we have should be aligned towards that. Got it.
So you and I have talked about this sort of provocative statement around the reality that, could a marketer, an advertiser, rely purely on content as their only source of advertising in the future? I'm curious, like, just sharing your perspective on that. And you have lots of other, marketers on this webinar now. I'm just curious, thoughts around, how you could continue to use really content as a core source of your advertising.
Yeah, with my experience with both Starbucks and Zillow, I kind of wish I could use my whole budget just on like content, because if you think about like people's experiences and now all the channels and the mobile device, and if you have something they want to engage with, that's the most meaningful thing. Is if I could talk to Brandon, if I could talk to Mary, if I could talk to whomever that customer is and really meet them where they are. There's always a space for mass, right? You have to get a message out super quickly to a ton of different people and try to get them into the conversation, get them into the relationship with you. But, once you know who they are, there's just so much information and engagement that you can have with them. So maybe one day we'll be able to shift all that production money and media spend into more relationship content and conversations, everything from your own assets to your paid assets.
Got it. So is a very simple question. Do you see content? I think I know the answer to this, both as a brand tool as well as a performance tool?
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I mean, a customer doesn't be like, I'm going to interact with the brand now and I'm going to then buy. It's a whole experience for the customer. If you are on Zillow, they have to know how we're going to be there emotionally to help you. But unless we help you, it kind of doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it matters how you feel about us. But we want to help you move forward, right? If you're going to Starbucks and you're interacting with Starbucks, we want you to, yes, of course, it's a badge that you're holding. Great, awesome, and like you know what, you probably want something to eat with that coffee. So how can we help you with it? And it should all work together to elevate what that brand means. And you should tie it to performance 100%. I'm very passionate about it. You can tell.
That's great. That's great. It's important. But you pointed out earlier too, at the same time, it's the art and the science behind this, right? You can't wholly rely on data. You can't wholly rely on just the gut, but it's the balance between the two. And sometimes you go with your gut, right? I think it's fair to say. So
yeah.
So good. So I know we've got just over 5 minutes left. I'm curious, Amy, there's a lot to think about when it comes to content. So I'm curious, based on your experience, based on your point of view and perspective, what are sort of 3 to 5 things that you'd want to share with our audience here today relative to content and what they should be thinking about?
I don't know. The first thing is, how does your organization think about content? It was interesting when I made the transition. I was thinking of content like from the customer, what are the videos? How are we going to set up calculators, that kind of thing. And the tech and product teams are thinking of content as like the house and the information in the house. And I had the PR team thinking of the econ data as content. And we're thinking of it in silos that we're not creating a holistic customer experience. So I think the first thing is talk to whomever thinks they have some form of content and is talking to the customer, or your B2B, partners, whomever. Do you have the same definition? Are you aiming at the same problems to solve? Really work on collaborating because you get bigger bang for a buck. I think the second thing is figuring out your emotional and rational stories you want to tell. So what are the 3 points you want every customer to get across to them? What are your data points? What are your stories? And then how do you mix those appropriately based on where you are and what conversation you want to have with your customer? I think, tone and manner is huge and maybe a bit, I find maybe underutilized. Like, gamification's fun. There's a moment to be serious. You can still gamify. There's fun you can have with people. It seems like stuff gets serious super quickly. So, also think about how your customers can use the content. What are they looking for? How do you make it more engaging? How do you talk to, folks in gaming? How do you really expand and look at how others are using content? So even if you're in financial services, you don't have to be serious. You could be in the tone and manner that you want your brand to show up, and you can give the customers choices. I guess the last thing is try to figure out how you can get feedback from the customers. You don't want to, as a relationship, if I was always talking to your brand and talking to you, you'd be like, oh, I'm out of here. But, a conversation, you want to have a relationship. Part of that is receiving the feedback and feeling as if you're heard. So how are you also setting up your content in a way that the customer is getting feedback? Again, if they're doing a mortgage calculator or something, or, you're interacting with them somehow, what's the I got it, thanks, and here's what's more, and give me, let's have a conversation. So I don't know, I think there's an opportunity to unlock more of a conversation around content, especially with natural language processing and bots and all this stuff now, which are kind of fun to tap into too.
Right. So you see, empathy is clearly a really important aspect of, to your point about listening to customers. It's a really important aspect of content, right? Listening, responding, and just out of curiosity, ways to think about how you can get ahead of that, right? So that's where you can use some data and modeling, and your point, AI, to think about what content is most relevant to customers, right?
Yeah. We had something called, I don't know how long ago it was. I would say maybe 8 years ago, something called My Starbucks Idea, MSI. And we were just like, what should we have in the stores? And we opened it up and customers could vote. And so we had the customer vote. We knew whether or not operations could launch it. We could fit it into the communications calendar. We can create content around it. And that's a way that we actually got a 2-year pipeline for our most engaged customers with products that were amazing. And it was all measured and understood along the way. And it included the engagement, and it was directed in a way that we wanted to show up as a brand. So the measurement piece can kind of happen all along the way if you're strategic about what you're trying to get from the customer.
Right. So I know we've got 2 minutes left. I wanted to sort of surface a story that you recently shared, which I thought was interesting, about something you saw on a bus, about an ad you saw on a bus, and because it was really influential. Is when you were at Starbucks, right? And what you saw. So I want you to share that story really quickly because I think it's really interesting. It shows the impact of content, how people think about it.
Sure. So literally, I saw on the side of the bus, this is 2005 or something, it said, why spend $5 on a cup of coffee when you could save it for your future? And I was like, what? Like, of course you should save, and of course I'm working at a coffee company. So, but it isn't really self. So I was thinking, like, why would you do that? Like, Starbucks' mission is to inspire and nurture the human spirit, one cup, one person, one community at a time. I really live by that. And so I thought, well, our whole mission is like to hand a smile over the handoff plane. Our whole mission is to let you decompress from your home crazy to your work crazy with that moment that you can, with that like 10 minutes to yourself, with that smile from your barista, with your name, Brandon, on the cup. And then you can take yourself. It's like, that's worth $5. Like, yep. And so that was inspiration for me because I was like, well, no, I get you $5 somewhere else because this is your time. This is something for you. And surrounding them with why that continues to be true was really like, it was actually quite inspirational to me.
Yeah. I wanted you to share that example because it does show the connectivity, the impact that content can have, right, on employees and people and community and how all this stuff is now more available, more accessible, more connected, right? Which is what makes content more valuable than it has been in the past. So with that said, Amy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We hope everyone here got value out of this conversation and you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thanks everybody.
See ya.
Welcome back. Brandon and Amy, fantastic session. I thoroughly enjoyed it. There's so much good information came out of that session. Certainly some I'm going to take to heart and use. I love the thought of kind of measurement and intuition working together, and I absolutely, completely agree with that. But I do believe it's incredible that you're right. CFOs, CEOs, COOs, CROs, all expect some type of metric or some type of moving the needle concept. So I certainly can understand where you're coming from, and hopefully content intelligence is helping you do that. The next thing I really enjoyed was your new, I guess your new mission or your direction of unlocking life's next chapter. I think anyone who's bought more than one house would certainly understand that. But my job here is really not to continue to talk about the previous session, but unlock the next session. So I'll borrow a little bit of your line there. I'd also like to acknowledge that this is the first session from one of our key partners on the main stage, LinkedIn. I'm super excited to introduce Ty Heath, who's the Director of Market Engagement at LinkedIn. And she's going to be talking about building executive presence with content. So pretty good tie off to the CEO, CFO discussion we had a little bit earlier. So with that, I will not belabor the introduction, and I will let Ty take over. Ty, looking forward to your session.
Thanks so much for having me and that kind introduction. So happy to be here. And this conversation is about you. It's about building executive presence. So whether you're an executive yourself or you're supporting an executive, I want you to think about yourself as I go through this content. And just a little bit more about me and what we do at the B2B Institute. So I'm, again, the Director of Market Engagement. We work with key partners such as Notch, such as APA, the ANA, the IPA, and CAN. We really want to distribute mental models that help marketers be more effective. So that's the work we do. And we work with leading practitioners and academics to investigate how marketers can create more value. One of the most interesting conversations I have is with executives who are looking to build their presence online. I think in our industry overall, it's an underutilized thing, and we'll get into a little bit about why that is. But what I've seen is through the time of the pandemic, a lot more executives and a lot more brands thinking about how they might use LinkedIn as a channel to share messages of the path forward, how to overcome obstacles, to share the work that's happening, what's going on within the culture of the business. So when I say it is about you, it is about you and your presence, but it's also about how you support each other and how you support the overall brand and how we move the industry forward. So with that, let's get into it. Let's share these slides. Okay. So the first thing that I think it's important that we all get connected to, we're still in a space, we're still living through and coming through this pandemic. And all around the world, we're at various stages of moving through this time. And what we know is that through this time, we're living through a fundamental transformation in the way that we work. If you're hearing sirens in the background, folks, welcome to New York. This is where I'm coming to you from, live and direct. So you might hear a car horn or a siren here and there, just to punctuate the points. But anyway, getting back to the topic, and the topic being that we are living through a fundamental transformation. I'm coming to you from my home in Harlem. And many executives during this time and all the events that we've done are coming through on a virtual platform. And so all the messages, all the selling, all the marketing, we've had to rethink how we show up during this time. And it's not just the pandemic and the fallout from it that's accelerated that. We were already living through a transformation in tech, the shift to remote working. And then also a global reckoning on the space of diversity, equity, inclusion, and social investment. So we've been looking at how do we rethink all of these things. And as we do that, what is the responsibility of marketing? How do we show up being the people who drive the ideas forward, who create content and amplify content? We choose what stories get told, what stories don't get told, and help shape perspective. So our responsibility through that time. So I think, what we've all experienced, and in particular for our executives, there've been a real coming together around, well, what is our responsibility? How do we as brands serve the communities in which we operate? And there's an expectation, and we've seen this expectation grow over this time for CEOs and the C-suite at large to have a point of view on social issues, to act to protect employees and local communities in which we operate, and to not just focus on increasing profits, but improving conditions overall. And as I was talking to in the very beginning, what we saw on the LinkedIn platform is LinkedIn becoming a platform where a lot of executives and brands thought we can get direct to audiences. We can share what are we doing? What is our stance? How are we helping? How do people connect to resources? LinkedIn, and this is a shameless plug here, LinkedIn is the one platform where you can reach all of those stakeholders, your executives, your employees, your customers, and your shareholders. So your executives, employees who are advocating for your reputation, to their networks, your community, and your customers as well, and beyond, right? So your investors and volunteers as well. So these are the communities that you want to get connected to, and you can do that on LinkedIn. So I think the next thing to think about is, what do you want to do? Through this time, a lot of leaders and brands have thought about, well, what are the goals that you can achieve as you share on the LinkedIn platform? So there are a lot of different things you can do. One of the habits of highly effective people is to really begin with the end in mind. What is it that you want to achieve? So whether you're looking to advance your brand and the reputation of your brand, to get more market consideration, to grow the people interested in your brand through demand generation, attracting talent. So a lot of people aren't always connected to how your consumer brand and your talent brand are one and the same and tied together. People want to work for brands they're proud of. And then as well as engage your current employees. They can see, how you're communicating out to the world and what executive perspectives are. So there are a lot of different reasons for you to invest. And it's about starting with, well, what is it that you want to accomplish? And that helps shape the overall strategy that you show up with as you share on the LinkedIn platform. And again, when you are an executive, what we found is that you have an outsized impact. There's the expectation that you're already doing this, but it's also not just the impact in terms of coming from the expectation. It's the impact coming from the fact that it will positively increase people's connection and affinity with your brand. And that extends through to the purchasing decision. It includes recommendations. And again, it also includes not just current buyers, but future buyers, not just current talent, but future talent. So when I say this is a underutilized area of investment for many brands and executives, I say it is because we need to take a look at what's possible for you, your executives, and your brand to really start to achieve some of these goals starting small, but then growing your presence on LinkedIn. So now that we've talked about why it's important and gotten everyone connected to what's possible, let's talk about how you define your approach. So I am going to get tactical here. I really want to make sure you take away value and that there's some things you can do right away. I promise you these slides will be available, so don't feel like you have to take all the notes. We will make these available to you. So starting from the top, we want to define our approach. So again, beginning with the end in mind. What is it that you want to deliver on? Second, engage and nurture your audience. So how do you start to drive the conversations? And then third, making sure that you're measuring and optimizing what you're doing. So rinse and repeat. You're doing more of what works and building from that. So as you get started, there are really two levels to think about for companies. So one, it's at the brand level. So this is the overarching company message. And for us content creators, brand leaders, there's usually a pillar piece of content, a blockbuster piece of content, if you will, or several pieces that the company is invested in. Maybe it's a content franchise that you've been investing in year over year. So that could be research, industry perspectives, innovation, and anything that your company or brand is setting up credibility or having authority of and building that. And then the second piece is the individual, at the individual level. Now, the individual level is any particular expertise that an executive has that ladders into that top level overarching company-driven, brand-driven mission. It comes from your employees as well. And it also may come from anyone you're working with, the third party, so academics and influencers. And where I see possibility for organizations is to start to think about how the individual brand connects to and ladders into the company brand. So as you're thinking about content, you want to think about both of these things, but not just separately. Start thinking about how or who are the voices within the company that can help amplify the content, and then how do you create content that's a subset of that top level brand to drive things forward. And I'll share a little bit more tactically about how you start to make that connection as well. Before I get into it any further, I am going to start with just the fact that your LinkedIn profile is the start of your journey here. Now, this is a no judgment zone. If you haven't opened your LinkedIn profile in some time, if you haven't updated it in some time, no judgment zone. It is like a garden. It is meant to be watered periodically as you have successes and achievements, as you launch new pieces of content. This is where you update that. I call it the conversation before the conversation, because for many executives in particular, before someone meets you, what they'll do is search your name. And when they search your name, when you have a LinkedIn profile, more often than not, that is one of the first results. And that makes it an opportunity for you to tell a story. And when you tell a story that is within your profile, you can feature pieces of content and different things that illustrate your expertise. All right. So I know I'm hearing that you're hearing some popping noises. Let me see if I can get some headphones in. Just give me a moment to do that. I want to make sure you can hear what I'm saying. Just a moment. All right. Please forgive me. My apologies. I hope this is better. Can you? It sounds like the sound is much better now. I want to make sure you're getting all the value. Thanks so much. This is what it looks like, folks, to do these things from home. Okay, so back to the scheduled program here. This is the starting point. This is your home base for your presence, the conversation before the conversation. When you have articles, when you have activity that's up front, that's what is prominent within your profile. It's what people can see, and it allows them to learn more about you before you meet with them. So whether you're an executive going into a meeting or you're a salesperson going into a conversation, oftentimes a lot of the relationship building can start before you even step into the room. So this is a great place to showcase your content, starting with your LinkedIn profile. Okay, so moving from your profile, starting to think about the conversation overall. You want to find your white space, have a perspective, and then think about how you can be a good digital citizen as well. So let's talk about how you get into each of these points. One of the things I share with executives, because it is one of the hardest things, is to write the content that goes within your profile and start to think about, well, what is it that you're actually going to talk about? So if you're an executive, or if you're a communications person or social person that's advising an executive, there are three questions to ask that allow you to dive a little bit more deeply into what matters. What are you passionate about? What are you committed to? And what do you aspire to create? So that's forward looking. A lot of times you can take the content from these answers, and this becomes your description within your LinkedIn profile, so your bio. And you want to talk about, any sort of quantitative things that you've done to be successful. But most important, these are the things that people connect to, because oftentimes our titles within our LinkedIn profile, let's be honest, don't always fully describe the depth of what we're doing, what we care about, or what we're out to move with the content that we share. This is why it becomes really important for us to think more deeply about the questions we're asking and how we present ourselves. It's not just about the work, but why it matters. And then to think about the audience that you're reaching out to. So it's the intersection of your expertise along with your skills, and then, of course, what is going to resonate with your audience. So you're thinking about, well, what are the preoccupations of the folks you're talking to? What are the questions they often ask? What are their aspirations? What environment are they in? What is going on in the industry right now? What's timely? From what influences them? What media are they paying attention to? And then finally, say and do. How are they behaving? How do they act in public? Is it different than private? What are the contradictions? So this is how we want to be a little bit more thoughtful and start to even do some research into the audience and the persona that you're speaking with. At LinkedIn, we do white space analyses across opportunities. And so this is something you can think about as you're investing in where you're going to focus. You want to look for topics that are both engaging and uncommon. So as you look at this matrix here, it's average number of articles on LinkedIn against the kind of engagement. And where you want to be is top left here. The topics that resonate well and are less common. It's a little bit more competitive when you're operating in the brown box over on the other side, where the topics resonate well, but they are more common, right? So that's where you want to think about as you start to think about, well, what's the content you invest in. Now, this slide is what I call a money slide, because it is an all-in-one strategy for you to think about your executive thought leadership framework. So at the top level, you have your hero content, your hub content, and then ad hoc. So let's pretend that we all work for a company that's investing in brand transformation. So as a company that invests in brand transformation, let's say every year we put out a content piece called The Art of Rebranding. So Art of Rebranding 2020, Art of Rebranding 2021. Next year, we're going to have Art of Rebranding 2022. So when we do this, we have that top level theme. Maybe there are a couple core themes that we're trying to drive as an organization. Now, as a leader within that organization, you are, of course, supporting that theme, but underneath that theme, you might have particular skills or expertise. In your LinkedIn profile, you might say that you're a champion for brand transformation. And now within the hub content that you're sharing, this is regular scheduled content that executives can share from a LinkedIn newsletter, from a podcast, or even within the weekly news feed. And then at the base level, you have ad hoc content. So this is not regularly scheduled planned content. This is content that's a reaction in real time to things that are happening in the world. And remember, as you're sharing this could be content from, of course, from you. It could be content from other influencers, because it's not just about you. It's about the community that you're building and the connections you're building, as well as other articles around the industry. And you want to use hashtags when you share this content and tag the people that are sharing content, so you give credit where credit's due. So this one-stop shop strategy, and as you think about what makes sense for you over time in terms of an editorial calendar, can take you from point A to point B, growing your presence and also making sure that your leaders' content is tied into the high-level strategy of the organization. Now, obviously, this isn't simple. This isn't always a light lift, which is why you don't have to go from A to Z all at once. You can make an incremental step. One thing that's helpful is to start to think about how do you orient your team around this content strategy. And that might include getting support from exec communication programs, brand teams, communications teams, content and digital, and marketing operations. You're going to have more of an impact if you think about, well, what is the unified approach to focusing on a particular executive that you've identified, as well as how that ladders in to your highest level content mission. For executives, it might mean some coaching around how does LinkedIn become a more key part of the routine. What's been helpful to me is to make sure that it's part of a habit that I take on every single day. So in the morning, when you're having coffee, just pairing it with news. I get a lot of my news from LinkedIn. There are great editorial things that pop up that you can share about. And then if you look at certain hashtags and the people you're following, this is a great way for you to make sure you're continuing to water the garden and starting to share more from in an ad hoc way. All right, so now that we've talked about defining the approach up front, now we're transitioning into how you actually engage and nurture the audiences that you're out to reach. So what works? Talk about things that matter to you. And what matters or what works, the high value content that people tend to engage with on LinkedIn is content that explores potential challenges or new opportunities that people hadn't considered, points out things that are overlooked, and includes guidance on how to respond to the complex things that are happening in the world. LinkedIn is a professional social network, so we want to think about how do you share in a professional context. That doesn't mean that we're not being human or humorous or having fun or being inspiring. In fact, those posts go far. You want to think about how do you intersect this timely, helpful content, helping people overcome challenges with the humanity as well with the inspiration. That's what performs most well. So where do you do this? Of course, in the news feed. So I'm going to talk about short form posts, and then for our bloggers and article writers and folks that want to get into that, I'll talk about that. So in the news feed, if you take nothing else away, it's not about the likes and the shares only. It's about the conversation that you're driving. So when you're on LinkedIn and you share something, the real win is when you can see the reaction and a conversation being driven. That's the holy grail of what you're out to deliver on. People really digesting the content, giving feedback on the content. And so as you're sharing, remember, it doesn't have to be the standard picture, link, and some text. Think about quick hitting content like a real-time reaction or analysis of news, a sharp point of view on something that's happening within your industry, or even wisdom or a piece of inspirational advice on something that's happening in the world. And test out different types of content and mix it up. And then you start to see what performs. And so, but you're really looking for what is going to drive that conversation. Now I'm going to get into some really key points. In the interest of time, I'm not going through all of these, but I want you to think about a few of them. And again, we'll make these slides available. So as you're thinking about, well, how much should I be posting on LinkedIn is a big question that we get. I would say 1 to 3 times per day. Now, I don't mean you're sharing 3 pieces of original content. That's kind of a heavy lift. You're probably thinking, Ty, that sounds like a lot. What I'm saying is maybe you share 1 piece of content, but 2 of the other shares are commenting on someone else's content or sharing third-party content. Because remember, this is how you water the community garden and start to build the industry connections that are going to help amplify your content and be a bigger runway for your executive shares and at the brand level shares. Another key thing is to tag people in your posts. So we want it to be relevant. I'm not saying tag everyone under the sun against that content, but when you share the content, you want to think, who is this going to be relevant to? Who was involved in the content so that they can react to the content? This gets more eyes on it. And it makes it go farther. So you want to think about always who would have a point of view on this that I should tag in. Always use hashtags. And the other thing I would say, content leverage. Do something called mega batching. So for those of you who don't know what that is, it's a practice of investing in creating a lot of content within a short period of time. So maybe set aside a Friday, and that's your Friday to shoot content as an executive or with your communications team. So what you're doing is banking a lot of content that can then be used. Maybe you have a couple different outfit changes, but essentially what you're doing is creating your planned content in such a way that saves you time in the future. The last thing I'll say here is I don't know everything about the LinkedIn algorithm. There's probably one engineer who knows the full algorithm, and he's probably, or she is probably somewhere in a bubble protected. But what I will say is I know that when you share and people comment underneath that, if you can get in there quickly and comment back and drive the conversation, the post does tend to go farther. So those are some key tips. Now for long form content, a couple tips here. This is the article. Going back to what I said earlier about the conversation before the conversation, the article is one of the first things that people see within your LinkedIn profile. So if you already are writing content, if you're sharing, if you're speaking at events like this one, this is a great way to showcase that content. So you want to aim between 800 and 2,000 words. Really pay attention to the title of the article because that's what compels people to click in. Use images because that draws the eye, and make sure you're sharing the article beyond LinkedIn as well. So those are some key tips, as well as having a byline at the bottom of the article where people can learn more about you. Feel free to check out my LinkedIn profile and connect for examples of how I do this as well. All right, moving to video. Video was hot. It's going to continue to be hot. So we need to be more comfortable, get more comfortable with sharing video. You don't need a fancy camera. You can use your own camera. and capture really great content. Not looking for feature films, anything, 2 minutes, 4 minutes on LinkedIn. Other channels, I know there are other limits in terms of how long. So you want to be conscious of that. And again, going back to providing value by sharing your experience, your observation on something that's happening in the world. We've seen some really great video content, and content that's in video form tends to go pretty far on LinkedIn. All right, a couple other tips. Now, following relevant industry hashtags, shaping conversations, and checking out LinkedIn's top voices are a great way for you to continue to learn more about how you can do this. Now, moving on to commenting, because I want to spend a little bit more time here because this is so key. Add or commenting on posts, adding your unique perspective to something. If someone asks a question, respond and then maybe ask a question back. Because again, the holy grail is interaction within the community and driving that conversation as well. Okay, so one of the things I'm really proud of and excited about is how the ecosystem we're creating to support brands and executives in amplifying messages. So if you are working within a company or organization, more than likely you have a company page. If you have a company page, or if you're an individual that wants to grow your following and talk regularly about topics that matter, we have LinkedIn Live. And then we have LinkedIn events as well. This ecosystem together works super well. Starting from a page that can be the home base for communicating and hosting conversations that matter on LinkedIn in that professional context. You can apply to get a LinkedIn Live account for yourself as an executive, and you can go live from your company page as well. So you want to think about how you use that. And then the events tool is a way for you to create the community around an event, like this one, for example. So it pulls people together. It allows people to comment, get excited, and unify them. Then you go live from your page and you really drive that conversation. And over time, as you think about it, this is not only a way for you to broadcast your message, but that you can take those LinkedIn Live pieces and really break down those things into clips, highlight reels, blog posts. So now you're getting leverage out of that content as well. Okay. Now, finally getting towards the end here, we've talked a lot about defining and nurturing. Now we're going to get to measurement. How do you know that this is performing? So you may not know this, but every time you share on LinkedIn, there's activity, there's data and analytics associated with that share. So within the activity section, you can see what companies people are from, what their role is, where they're from, and how they found you. And so as marketers, as we think about the effectiveness of the content that we're sharing, the question becomes, is this what I intended? And if it's not what you intended, then maybe it's time to think about shaping the content differently, using different headlines, using different hashtags, and tagging different people into the post so that you're getting what you want out of that content. At the LinkedIn page level, now if you're a communications leader or brand leader and you're managing the presence, there's even more analytics from a LinkedIn page perspective on how conversations are growing, what matters most, engaging people who are engaging with the brand. So this is, again, both individual and thinking about how it links to the company presence. Now, what metrics should you focus on? At the company level, you want to look at how your followers are growing. Page visitors and insights. Are you attracting people from the industries that you set out to reach? Are you understanding what content is resonating and what's not resonating? This helps you shape your approach and your strategy to that. And then from a personal perspective, what matters? 3 things. For an executive, how are you growing their audience? So they have a follower button. How many followers are growing? What content is being viewed? And again, thinking in B2B against the buying committees that you're out to influence. What relevant pools of viewers are you attracting? And then, of course, who is looking at the profile itself, right? So if you have sales conversations, if you're trying to move deals forward, if you're looking to build and partner with other organizations, who is looking at the executive's profile? this can be really telling, and it's a place to invest. Now, a couple of key examples before we close. So I want to give you some examples of archetypes of leaders and how you might choose to position a particular executive, whether it's an industry visionary, a brand-focused evangelist, a product guide, or a people-focused mentor. So just a few examples as we close. Sally Krawcheck is a great example of a visionary in the space of financial literacy and wealth creation. Her company, Elvest, focuses on how do we close the gender gap and disparities for wealth, and offers financial education. So you can see some of the content she shares here. This is an example of how you would position a visionary. Now, another example, Laisha Ward, the evangelist. So she's a shining example of an evangelist in action. She blends her role as a leader at Target, incorporates brand values, voice, and ideas from the brand in her content, as well as sharing work that Target is doing, not in a salesy way, but in a way is how Target is helping move things forward on various fronts. So those are some of the things to think about as you're thinking about building presence of an evangelist. You know, Annie Jean Baptiste is the head of product of inclusion at Google. She's a force of nature, and she's a passionate advocate for their teaching product and how to be more inclusive in the work. So as you're thinking about a guide, she posts a lot of how-to content on how to be inclusive and accessible design. And then another person to follow and learn from is Ray Dalio. So he's a perfect example of a mentor, the mentor archetype. So as you're thinking about perhaps your leader might fall into this archetype. And he has a book called Principles, and what he tends to share are insights and wisdom about the roles and responsibilities of leaders and things that he's learned about on his journey. So there is an archetype for every executive here. And I would just invite you to consider what is the path or approach that makes sense for yourself and also for the executives that you want to support and really help them build their presence. Now, as we close, I want to acknowledge that this isn't easy. When you share content on LinkedIn and frankly on any network, it leaves you open for criticism. It leaves you open for people to react to the content that you're sharing. Now, as I thought about this, what's been helpful to me on my journey is to think about the teachings of Brené Brown. I'm a big Brené Brown fan, and if you don't know who she is, she has one of the most watched TED Talks of all time on the topic of vulnerability. And in her research on vulnerability, one of the questions she asked early on was, are you authentic just coming out the gate as a person, or is it something that you have to invest in? And what she found is that it's a collection of choices. We have to choose how we show up every single day, choose to show up and be real and be honest. What we need to remember is the people that we love to follow, the content that we love to digest, it comes from people who show up real. Think about the folks that you follow, whether it's a podcast you listen to, whether it's YouTube videos that you watch regularly, or people that you tend to follow and listen to. We follow them because they show up real. They show up in service of an audience. It's not about them. It's about the audience they choose to serve. So as you get started, it can be really helpful to, again, work with your team to think about how you start to craft the messages that are meaningful to you, and perhaps find an accountability partner to encourage you along the way in that journey. And the thing to remember is that this doesn't happen overnight. It is built brick by brick to build an executive presence, to start to show up. And that's true for the brand level as well. So be patient, be consistent. And if there's one thing I would ask you to take away from this, it is really about the conversation that you drive, not about the likes and the shares. That's important. It's an indication of definitely the value of the content, but the true value is in how are you supporting the community? What is the conversation you're driving around the complex challenges and opportunities that we're out to fulfill on? And so with that, I want to say thank you so much. I hope this has been valuable to you and helpful as you start to think for yourself about how you drive executive presence. If this is something you're taking on, Or if you're a brand leader, a communications leader, a social media leader that's looking to empower executives to do this, my hope is that this has been helpful as you start to think about and frame up the strategy. These slides will be available to you, as I said before, and I will be joining a Ask Me Anything session later. So if you have specific questions about this, anything I've covered here, LinkedIn generally, please come back and join myself and my colleague, Afia Addison, to learn more about how you can take this on and go from having a LinkedIn profile to having a full-blown executive presence that drives value. Thank you very much for everyone.
And welcome back to the main stage. Ty, I don't know if you're still able to listen. I know you're rushing off to one of the other stages right now, but there was so much to think about in that presentation, both as an executive and kind of the brand that you try to build there. But many of those things just translated beautifully into what you need to do as an organization. So I appreciated the taking us from a very practical world to ending on the philosophy of being real. I think that's, if you're a company and an individual, that's fantastic advice and something I'm certainly going to take to heart as I go out and try to water my garden a little more on LinkedIn going forward. We're at the point in the show where we're going to start breaking off into different stages. We're going to have 2 additional stages that are going to be opening up as we move into the next segment. On stage 2, which you'll be able to join, you'll be able to go to Cashing In on Creativity, and this is a continuation with LinkedIn. And Afia Addison's going to be leading that, who's our global program manager at the B2B Institute at LinkedIn. So if you get the opportunity to tune in over there, I certainly would encourage it. Also on stage 3, we're going to be talking about 4 steps to converting your website into a marketing machine. And Alex Valencia will be joining us there with We Do Web Content. I've been fortunate enough to do webinars with Alex before. I can tell you he's extremely exciting to listen to. He has a lot of great advice, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you've got interest on joining either of those stages this afternoon, please feel free. Also, just as a reminder, on the main stage, we're going to continue with content strategy. Stage 2 will be primarily focused on content strategy. And stage 3, we will actually be talking more about content creation going throughout the rest of the day. So if you need to plan and do a little thinking about where to land, hopefully that'll help you out. Staying here on stage 1, or the main stage as we've been calling it, we're going to be talking about what does top performing enterprise content teams look like. We're fortunate enough to have joining us there CMI's Chief Strategy Officer, Robert Rose, who will be working with our very own SVP and Head of Strategy here at Notch, David Brown. And so with that in mind and kind of giving you the idea of where to go off and spend the rest of your time in this next segment, I'm going to be turning it over to David and letting he and Robert take the main stage over. Please feel free to join any of these sessions. We're looking forward to a great afternoon as we continue the 3-stage breakout. We'll certainly be coming back together on this stage throughout the day as a group. And I'm looking forward to y'all having a great next series of segments. So with that, David, I'm looking forward to listening to what you and Robert have to say.
Hi, everyone. My name's David Brown. As Ben said, I'm head of strategy at Notch. I'm happy to be with a good friend, Robert Rose. chief evangelist, I think, at the Content Marketing Institute. And we're going to get into a conversation around some of the characteristics of high-performing content organizations. This is something which Robert and I have been tracking for a number of years, observing, helping, cajoling, consulting. Robert, it's great to see you. How's everything with you?
It's going great here, David. This is fantastic. I'm hopeful at some point we're going to get to do this in person and not have to do this, virtually. It's forever and ever. But it's great to be here nonetheless. I'm super excited to be here with you at Notch here.
That's great. So what's the latest in the world of connecting content to objectives and business outcomes? Are we getting better at doing that or not?
Yeah, it's funny. There are so many things that are going on right now with content objectives and stuff. I'm curious, just to start off our conversation here, where, obviously measurement is something that you guys think a lot about in terms of content and measuring things and what's actually going on with your clients. And the research that we do every year at Content Marketing Institute, we're still finding that so much of measurement is around these vanity metrics, right? Everything from web visits to downloads to shares and those sorts of things. And this is the way that they're managing measurement. And I wonder what you're seeing from your lens, the lens that you look through every day, how best-in-class content marketers are actually measuring what they're doing.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think the early stage content teams are very focused on efficiencies, creating more content for less money or faster. And what we've come to realize is that efficiency is really an internal measure. It's not really an external measure. But the three outcomes which consistently recur are: one, enhancing brand; two, improving ROI; and three is building an audience, specifically around first-party data, given the demise of the third-party cookie. And so building brand seems to be top, and I think ROI is a close second, harder to get to. I had a question, Robert, for you, because in your study from the Content Marketing Institute, and hopefully you can see a slide. If the back room could show the slide. Well, anyway, within your recent study, excellent industry study, the top three goals were all about brand building. And then you asked a separate question around metrics, and there were no brand metrics. So it sounded like content teams were talking the right game about brand building, awareness, and preference, but the metrics weren't really following. And so there's a gap there. I just wondered, why is that? Is that on purpose, or is that just a maturity issue?
Well, this marketing stuff is hard. So, I'll say this. Two interesting points that I'll put to this, and this is something that we've seen a trend over the last, we're coming into this new phase, this new 2021, re-entering the new normal, the next normal, whatever we're calling it these days. But we've seen a real shift. And I think it gets to your point a bit about brand, which is if we go back 5-6 years, we see most of the content marketing strategies getting set up, the teams getting set up to really focus on what I would call direct marketing, right? Direct lead acquisition, inquiry acquisition types of programs. And so in many ways, the granular sort of measurement became, some of those sort of high level, how are we driving more inquiries to our business? And over time, what we've seen over the last, call it 6 months, 8 months, is a real shift where, if let's call it, if 10 of the projects we worked on in 2019 were about setting up a content team to focus in on direct marketing initiatives, lead generation, most pronounced. 9 of those were about that, and 1 was about brand. And now that is exactly reversed. What we're seeing coming out of the pandemic is really brand in many ways driving the CMO's office, in some ways driving some of these new purpose-driven, content-driven strategies, and where the teams are really focusing in on the brand. I think what we see in the measurement, to the point of your question, is brand metrics generally being a hard thing to put our arms around as marketers. It's a difficult thing to do. And I think we're seeing these content teams try and pivot a bit to start looking at brand and purpose-driven strategies and how to measure those things. So I think it feels like early days there. And I think what we're seeing is this sort of lag, if you will, of, we're still measuring things in those vanity metrics, but we're hoping to figure out how to do, more brand driven programs. So I think, quite honestly, it's a focus of evolution and learning for most teams.
Yeah, I agree. We all need to be very clear about which parts of our content strategy are building brands, and conversely, which parts of our content strategy could actually be hurting our brand. It's quite possible that your content could be fully engaging your audience and at the same time hurting your brand. So it's engagement on its own is only part of the story.
Yeah, well, it's a great point, and it begs a question, which I know you're hot on, which is this idea of where did the big idea go, right? Where are the big ideas in our company, and how can we get content teams to be more aligned with some of those big ideas? So many of this companies we speak with these days, they're seen as this on-demand vending machine of content, right? They're seen as, you're here to produce assets over assets over assets. As I sometimes too cutely say, we've got assets coming out of our assets. And, but when you're thinking about these bigger ideas, these bigger, more strategic ideas, are there ways that these content marketing teams can get out, of always being so tactical, and can we start to elevate the content strategy to being something that is more brand or more strategic in nature?
Yeah, I think that's it's a subject close to my heart. There's absolutely no shortage of content in our world. Every topic, subtopic, micro topic is covered, but there's a great shortage of ideas. The Miami Ad School did a study last year amongst their brilliant students. They said, when you think about the content environment, content arena, what do you see? And they did a visual exercise and actually produced a picture of what you may call the Soviet Union, kind of an empty warehouse, a dystopia, a world completely devoid of ideas. And I think this is really content teams' next opportunity, is to take responsibility for driving memorable, distinct ideas. Much content, if you bring all the banks or insurance companies together, if you put your thumb over their logo, it's almost impossible to discern which brand is talking to you. So you need to make content visually distinct. It's not just the words, it's about the sound it makes, the identity which it provides. The other approach is to use resonance, is to find an idea which truly resonates with your audience and makes them think differently about you, and about something which is important for the business. If you can find the cross-section of distinctness, resonance, both for the audience and for the business, you're probably onto a big idea. And I think one of the characteristics I've seen of leading content organizations is that the content leader actually becomes responsible for the big idea. It isn't the content team reporting to the brand team. Actually, the content team becomes the brand team as well. And brand strategy and content strategy comes closer together. Is that something you've seen, Robert, in your your observations of content teams relating to brand teams?
It's funny. They yes, a big, the big merge, as we've come to call it these days, where, if we looked at 3 to 5 years ago, even as short a time ago as that, we saw companies thinking about big content marketing plans and, hiring editorial strategists and journalists and, great storytellers, great content creators. And then content strategy, content operations was handled somewhere else. And we're starting to see now that the high performing teams are really merging those models together, where content as a strategy becomes a function in the business and is joined together, and in many ways can de-silo a lot of what's gone on in the way that digital marketing has been constructed over the last 8 to 10 years. So we're seeing this new model emerge, where a content team, a high performing content team, starts to understand better what its objectives are as a business strategy. In other words, as it's supposed to drive brand, as it's supposed to drive efficiency with content, as it's supposed to drive storytelling, and also as it's supposed to drive measurability, and really understanding the balance of those models to be able to say, here are the resources we need for this part of the business objective. Here's the resources and tools that we need for this part of the objective, and really becoming a much more organized function as content, not necessarily siloed off into, here are the storytellers and here are the, the plumbers, as it were, but really pulling those things together into a more cohesive, what would be broadly called an enterprise content strategy. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's a really good thing, that content as a function becomes more strategic and more multifaceted from a skill set position.
Right. Yes. The last thing we need content to be is yet another silo. Silo is truly the enemy, and the content teams I see thriving are the ones who are actually brilliant collaborators. They travel across the organization, across the customer journey, and have the ability to connect their work to business outcomes, and also saying no. Because content teams get asked to do a lot of stuff because they're creative, they're collaborative, they're close to you, but actually they can be quite distracting. And if content teams can be religious about connecting their work to the right business outcomes, if someone asks you to do something which connects to a pet project of some other line of business, which isn't your business outcome, then that gives you the license to say no, so that you don't get distracted and resources diluted.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned the sort of saying no part, because in so many ways that is such a shift. That's the biggest shift that we see happening, where high performing teams can really start to shine, which is, we often talk about, shared editorial calendars and the ability to look at what we're going to be producing over the next 5 months, 6 months, even 1 month. And in so many ways, content right now remains a to-do list, right? More than a calendar. So our calendars simply become the orders that the content team is trying to fulfill, rather than the forward-looking strategy or the calendar that's there. And so it's that formalization of the operating model, and plus the business objectives, like you spoke to, that really play that difference into being saying, here is the strategy for what we're trying to achieve, and let the content team become a leader of that strategy instead of just the follower of it. In other words, the sort of support for it, and sort of getting out of the content team being the internal Kinkos where you go to get stuff done that, may fulfill other objectives, but rather having its own strategic business objectives and measurement, and leading that strategy so that it can become more proactive instead of always being in reactive mode.
That's right. So those editor-in-chiefs and brilliant journalists who've now joined corporate America actually have to have their strategy hat on, and really work that muscle, because actually most of their work is probably not going to be creating. It's going to be creating a strategy and then holding the strategy. Well, I had a connected question to you, and Ganska, our CEO, shared an idea earlier about the chief content officer reporting not to the CMO or head of brand or head of corporate communications, but to the CEO, almost at the same level as the CMO or the head of communications. What are you seeing in terms of the most effective place for a content team to sit, and what the right reporting line is?
I think that depends on the business for sure. But I think, overall, what I feel like is that the stories of bifurcating, trifurcating, or even, sort of segmenting out the CMO's job is becoming a little overblown, in my opinion. There's lots of articles around, is the job of marketing too big for one person in this as a CMO? And so you have to start thinking about chief digital officer, chief content officer, chief experience officer, all of these kinds of things. And to me, I think as a generality, and this is a generality for sure, I think chief content officer to me is more of a function than a title. And so I see that title sit within many areas. There was a wonderful article that talked about the pressures of the brand. It was in, I think, Media Post not too long ago about, and the and one of the the CMOs that was interviewed said, my job these days is more editor in chief than it really is anything else. And so I think in so many ways, the chief content officer in many businesses might be, sort of just, trying to segment out part of what the CMO is trying to do. But in some businesses, absolutely, especially more media focused businesses, the chief content officer, that function where the content model may be more revenue generating or actually maybe a separate division of the business. Absolutely right.
Yeah, no, I think so. And I think in some ways to view it as a singular job title is a bit misleading, because often I think what you and I both see is that it's actually a small team where there's an audience expert, there may be a creative leader, and then a performance expert who come together to kind of perfectly meet the needs of the audience, but through a drum beat of a performance team. So it's the office of the chief content officer, not necessarily for one person, but maybe a team of 2 or 3, which makes it scalable because skill sets are quite distinct in that area. Robert, who's your favorite? If you were to pick a favorite company, like who you think is really doing a great job at the moment, who are you excited about? Maybe they're listening.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll just say quickly, because I know we need to wrap here, but basically on the B2C side, it would be silly of me not to mention what Lego is doing, because Lego is, of course, just smashing it when it comes to content. On the B2B side, I'll mention a company that I'm loving right now. What they're doing is ServiceNow, the workflow company, and what they're doing with their quarterly CEO magazine is just absolutely spectacular.
That's great. ServiceNow is in Notch's pros and cons community, so I've been reading about them. Robert, it's great to see you. Thank you very much for joining the discussion. I hope you have a chance to stay for some of the other sessions, and thank you, audience, for listening to Robert and I ramble on. Feel free to reach out to either of us or both of us if you want to continue the conversation. This is a subject close to our hearts. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
great to see all of you. Let me really quickly introduce the session because I genuinely don't want to take any seconds away from the three of you guys talking. A few weeks ago, I was talking to Rob about data privacy and realized really quickly that I knew almost nothing about it. And so I went on this binge to watch all the Google content, read every single article that was posted. And I went through one of those phases of just complete confusion in the first kind of 7 days of content consumption. And so I started calling the smartest people that I knew to really understand what's going on, because I think a lot of what I noticed is everyone was promising solutions without a lot of explanations as to how they would actually work, especially in the long run, when we think about a lot of the data privacy legislation that we all think is going to come down over the next couple of years. So I couldn't be more grateful to the three of you for joining me today. I really think the three of you are some of the best voices and best minds to hear from today, to really cut through the noise of what's going on in the industry. I like the title, so thank you, Rob, for coming up with it. My interest as the founder and CEO of Notch is to always bring it back to content. And my perspective after going on that full binge is that content is only going to become more important for a number of reasons, from the importance of contextual targeting all the way to brands realizing that they have to build more and more direct relationship with their audiences. And how do you do that? By bringing people back to your properties and giving them something of value, which is content. So that's my personal interest with this topic, and I'll keep going back to that throughout the conversation, but I'll ask each of you to introduce yourselves and just talk a little bit about how you're connected to data privacy. So Sean, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you for that great introduction. And I don't mind being that introduced because I like to be stealth, so it's totally good for me. I think that binge of reading you did, you're probably still on because there's just reams of information to read. I don't think 2 weeks is quite enough. But thanks for having me. So I'm Sean Downey from Google. My day job is I run the platforms teams in Google in the Americas. So that's basically the Google marketing platform. So I have all the ad tech stacks, right? So my interest in privacy is I'm basically infrastructure for the internet. And the majority of all of our customers, agencies, publishers, marketers have used technology that founded in DoubleClick to plan things, measure things, target things. So we're really at the forefront of thinking about how you reimagine a marketplace that meets privacy standards for the future, but also helps deliver amazing results for businesses. And we're in the process of reinventing that. So I care a lot about disrupting current models and making sure we have something that's sustainable for the next 25 years.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Lauren?
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Lauren Wetzel. I lead North America for InfoSum and Global Strategy and Operations. And for those who don't know InfoSum, so I'll do quick 1 second. We're a fast-growing technology company in the data collaboration space. And so we effectively provide software which enables companies to collaborate, whether with first-party or second-party data, but we do so in a more privacy-forward manner. And so we don't touch or control data. We are able to be more agnostic, neutral, and objective. We don't have our own identity. We don't control our own data. And so we're pioneers in differential privacy tactics, which I'm sure we'll get into today, which is why our technology is trusted. And we work across brands, media owners, platforms, technology companies, data owners. Thrilled to be here. Great topic, great title. Not surprised it was you, Rob.
So let me get this right. Differential privacy tactics and data collaboration. These are words. I know what all of those words mean individually, but never when they're strung together to make a sentence. So I'm Rob Norman. I'm a proud board member of Notch. I serve at Anders Pleasure. I had a long career as a media buyer at Group N at WPP. And since then, I have tried to be an advisor and an explainer to a variety of businesses in marketing and advertising, and particularly those that touch technology as well. So that's why I'm here.
And Rob, I will say that I think one of your greatest strengths is to take something highly complex and make it sound very simple so that everyone can understand it. So I appreciate that, and I hope you do that for us today.
Well, I should tell you my career highlight actually was in the very early days of what we've come to talk about audience targeting. And I was moderating a panel for actually for 24/7, where Brian Lesser, Lauren's boss, used to work, in London many, many years ago. And my opening question on the panel, having heard the one before me, was to ask my panelists to explain to their mothers what it was that they did for a living. And it was pretty interesting. None of them could do it.
Well, thank you for bringing the humor as always as well. So let me jump into my first question. I'll introduce it just a little bit, which is to say that again in my research, which as you said, Sean, has to continue. One of the main things I realized is that everyone's talking about third-party cookies, but really the movement is less about third-party cookies and it's more about promoting data privacy on all fronts, from the mobile front to the web front. So we know, Google's driving a lot of these changes. I'm curious, Sean, as you think about why Google's doing this, tell us a little bit about that and also what you're proposing as an alternative.
Yeah, I think the really simple answer to your question, Anda, is Google is a privacy-first company. It's part of our ethos. We're always one click away from losing a customer. And so we deliver value to customers. We need to make sure they feel secure and they feel like they have transparency and control over all their data. And it's really obvious to us when we look around and we start reading tea leaves about what's happening in the world, that people care a lot more about data. You can look at lots of great research. Pew Research would tell you that 4 out of 5 people are concerned about with how their data is used. Right? Axios has a fairly similar study. It says the same numbers concerned about who has access to their data. So that model has to change a bit because we've always had a free and open internet, which exchanged data for content, right? And that's a model that's a bit turned on its head because consumers to me are you, Rob, Lauren, me, we're people, are actually concerned about how our data is being used and who has access to it, right? And when people get concerned, lots of other people get concerned, right? So that's why you see governments stepping in with some regulation around making sure you protect consumer rights there. That's why you see technology platforms, whether they're Google or others, because others do it as well, of protecting consumer privacy. So we're always out there just trying to figure out what's a better way to preserve the open internet through privacy for consumers and still provide publishers the ability to monetize content, advertisers the ability to advertise really well. So it's a really important framework. But everything that we do or propose has to have baseline frameworks. It has to have good security. It has to have really strong transparency for people, choice for people, and control for people. And you're right, most of the changes aren't about cookies in particular. It's about what cookies allow you to do, right? So if you go, and you've done a lot of reading on this, if you're looking at our press releases or others, the real question is about cross-site tracking. And is it okay to cross-site track people across the internet and use their data for targeting and other things from that area? And we're hearing that's more in question than ever before. And that's why you're seeing lots of companies react. We think that time is right to change. So we're looking at what regulation shows up. We're looking at what technology changes show up. And we want to have a sustainable ads environment for Google in particular, and for the marketplace that we support. And we support a lot of publishers and a lot of advertisers, so we power a lot of the infrastructure. And we want to make sure that we have something that lasts, right? So we're leaning quite heavily into privacy preserving APIs, where it starts to leverage, some of the things that Lauren was talking about, some of the fancy words around keeping things on device, doing lots of great anonymization, but delving more in cohorts where it's less about one-to-one and it's more about having one-to-many or one-to-a-few, where you're not actually showcasing all the data, but you're still getting great interest and you're starting to target and measure that way. We believe that builds us a little bit of space for the marketplace. It still allows us to have performance and privacy. We don't think they're unique. They can actually go together. And we view that as powering our future. We also think when you're doing that, there's other things that matter too. Like first-party data is still really valuable and really important. It's the lifeblood of almost any good company if you have a strong relationship with your consumers. And we think that's a great place to lean in if it's consented, if it's a one-to-one and they have interest in you. And Lauren's company does amazing work with connecting first-party data. Google's always going to continue to embrace that on our platform and across the ecosystem. And we think there's just amazing advantages in modern machine learning, modern automation that helps drive performance with a lot of different signals that don't necessarily become privacy invasive, right? So you can start to leverage auto bidding type activities. You can start to learn propensity modeling. You can start to learn about lookalike audiences that drive amazing performance for marketers and publishers that we think are also really privacy safe, right? So we think about APIs as being valuable. We think about first-party data that's consented to be really valuable. And we think about machine learning and automation to be really valuable to drive something that's going to last us for 25 years and tackle some of the key concerns that we hear today.
Thank you, Sean. I'll throw another question your way, and I would also love for Lauren and Rob to weigh in. It sounds like, just to kind of repeat back what you're saying, it sounds like if you're a brand and if you don't have first-party data, go figure out how to get it. And obviously content could be a big part of that. If you do have first-party data, then figure out how to leverage it for performance. And finally, look towards solutions like Flock that are going to enable you to have really high performance while maintaining a privacy-first mindset. Are all brand marketers, are all brands acting in this way right now? And if not, then how are you seeing them act? And you were mentioning a little bit about the short-term mentality of a lot of brands out there.
Yeah, I think brands are getting their collective heads around the problem, right? So there's lots of really advanced brands that are really far ahead because they've been thinking about it. They've been thinking about the value that precision brings, the value that a true relationship brings. And there are some brands that are just waking up because things are happening around them, right? And they're sort of kind of forced to make some decisions. So I think we're in that early learning curve. And I think it's important as an industry, we work together to do it, right? One of the reasons we've made our announcement so soon that you've seen is we want to give a long window for people to adapt and build really strong strategies to succeed. And you could say, we have to blink around 20 blocks before we turn left, right? Because the current environment's working, they're driving performance, and I want to start thinking about how they start to shift. And that means people need to be super intentional about what they're going to do next. And I think you're starting to see lots of brands, CMOs start to become intentional. Like, do I have access to first-party data or not? If I don't, do I have a really strong value proposition to get it? Like, what am I returning to you as a consumer in exchange for that really jewel thing that you give me? Am I valuing it properly? Like, it's not about having data to target, it's about having data to inform insights. How am I thinking about driving performance on a one-to-many versus a one-to-one? How am I thinking about leveraging insights and analytics to drive performance? So I think people are starting to build all those strategies, and some are a bit overwhelmed because they're just starting, and some feel quite comfortable because they're not just starting, but they're on the journey now, right? And part of the journey is learning and experimenting and figuring out what works and what doesn't work. And what works for your brand, it doesn't work for your brand, and then adapting. And I think that's where people are spending most of their time right now.
So Lauren and Rob, I'd love for you to weigh in and maybe also comment on what you guys see in terms of, and what you guys think in terms of the other kind of open web identifiers that are positioning themselves as an alternative to really the data privacy movement overall.
I can jump in first. I mean, first and foremost, if people wanted this to be a brawl or disagreement, I'm in violent agreement with what Sean said. So this isn't that panel, unfortunately. And I agree. I think what's interesting, and we were talking about this just before, is that there's just so much noise. You see every single time there's a headline, whether it's Google, whether it's Tim Cook at Apple, you see these mini celebrations like rooting for regulation. And I just think it's a distraction. Like, regulators are going to regulate and companies are going to look for new solutions. But I think that ultimately there's a fray of companies that are too tied to those decisions and therefore, again, rooting against either some of the big tech platforms that are looking for longer term, more sustainable strategies. And so first and foremost, I think that, you got to kind of go with what is the consumer sentiment, and it's what are you doing with my data and how is my data being used? And I think if you kind of go back to that at the heart of it, or treat each of us as Sean said, as humans, I think that some of the changes are really in line with what consumers are looking for. In the article that came out this week from your company, you said specifically, if I were a brand, I'd be preparing for Armageddon while holding out hope that I might be wrong. And I pretty much love that. And so on the topic of, are brands ready and are they active and what are they doing? I think it's completely a mix. If you think about direct to consumer brands who have sort of only known cookies and cross-site tracking, and that has sort of been the bulk of sort of a marketing mix for them. I think that there is a heightened urgency to try and figure out new solutions. I think it just really differs across all brands in terms of what they're looking to do. I think as it relates to these alternatives, or I'm going to replace a cookie and cross-site tracking with something that is effectively the same thing, where you're exposing data, I think that's where I see the carelessness of sort of trying to replace something without really truly reinventing. And I think that there's a lot of really quick solutions coming to market, some which are getting, fair adoption. But I think ultimately, if you're replacing a cookie with something that looks and feels like a cookie, then that's like a lose-lose situation for the consumer, and you're sort of missing the point.
Think about the mobile revolution, Lauren. Like, if we didn't develop for mobile before mobile was ready, would we have been as successful? Right? If we just all put our head in the sand and said, no, the web is working just fine, we'll put our efforts there. But when the world moved to mobile, we had to be ready for it. So you had to invest in technology that was different and lasted. And that kind of broader thinking that's more long-term is really what you need at this point in time, because you have to build for the future, not for what was yesterday.
So I see a bit of a data-rich and data-poor future. And we've had a bandwidth poor and a bandwidth rich past, and there's going to be a new sort of divide coming here. So all of those people that have got really permissioned high value data from their customers. So if you are a digitally native business, like some D2C businesses, but people like Netflix, people like Booking.com, and other sort of born digital enterprises, I think those people who have got census level rich data experiences, people will be able to find any number of mechanisms to carry on advertising as effectively as they did, because they will merely port their data through some bridge or other to an InfoSum bridge, perhaps, from one closed environment theirs into another closed environment like Sean's and elsewhere. There's going to be other people that don't have census level data, but do have high quality seed data. So they can find enough about in a permissioned way a subset of their customers that are reflective of their wider populations. And I think most of the brands we think of as great advertisers in the past are going to be, to your point, and using content and other means of interaction as well as owned and operated e-commerce channels to build that kind of seed data. I think if you don't have the representative seed either from content or commerce, and you certainly don't have the sensors, I construct everything in C's, by the way. Just everything has 3 C's that go and organize it. But if you don't have that level of data, I think you're in some degree of difficulty. And not degree of difficulty in an absolute sense, but in a relative sense, because what you're doing is you're going to go back almost to broadcast age level of targeting, where you're making some fairly broad assumptions. Now, it may be that there are some categories like hair care that allow themselves to less degrees of segmentation than others. But I think people are going to have to say is, what is the cohort, to use the C at the end of flocks, that makes sense to me? Because there are some businesses in which actually do really operate in a cohort of one, the person needing to fly to San Francisco tomorrow, and other people that operate in a cohort of many tens or even hundreds of thousands, those people with dark, dry hair, for example. It's a different kind of level of cohort. And so my sense is, for any advertiser, establish what the relevant cohort for you is. Then try and find the piece or pieces of data that are most beneficial to giving you insight and least burdensome on the consumer. And if you can thread that needle, you're more likely to find yourself on a pathway to success.
Thank you, Rob. I wanted to actually ask a follow-up question to that and direct it back to you, Sean, in terms of Flock. Part one of the question is, tell us a little bit about how the cohorts work, because from what I understand, brands and ad tech platforms will not even know what the cohorts are. They'll have to figure it out over time. And the second one is, what sort of adoption have you seen for Flock so far?
Yeah. So, Flock is one of the APIs. So I think that name is taking over. But, what we're employing.
It's a catchy one.
Yeah, we're employing the privacy sandbox. That's what Chrome has launched, and Google Ads is partaking with many other constituents into the privacy sandbox. And one of those APIs is Flock, which most loosely translates to affinity or interest-based lists, right? So that is a test and experiment and a model that looks at interest levels of what you've browsed, right? So look at the website type of behavior and what you browse and what you haven't browsed, and it starts to categorize you by interest. It makes some inferences on that. But that's what it is. Like, it's not anything deeper. It's anonymous. It's got anonymization, deaggregation type activities in the API. So all you get returned to you is just a list that might meet some of the needs that you want without seeing people, because it's got to be anonymous, without having the ability to influence it at first, right? So it's a first experiment, but it's not the entire thing, right? So it's important that we experiment with that, or you experiment what might come out with measurement in the future, because those are other APIs that they have. You experiment with things that fight fraud, right? There's trust token APIs that are coming out, and there's remarketing use cases that will come out at some point in the future as well. So there's a whole slew of them that everyone around the marketplace, Google and others, are contributing to. Its adoption is early because it's new, right? So we're just starting trials on experimentation for Flock in our ads products in Q3, right? So we're just getting started, right? So we're going to learn how those areas. We've run some simulation tests in the back end, and we've published some blog posts on that. We will get into a 95% number on matching audiences on the affinity lists, right? So that's just one thing that you have to think about. But I think if you're an advertiser or a marketer or brand, you have to zoom out, right? And privacy sandbox is nice. You're really living in a privacy playground, right? There's lots of other things that you need to be doing. And you have to start planning for those things. And I like what you said. There's a reason you're an expert on these things. You have a good view of how brands have to work. But you have to reset your intentions about how you operate as a brand, what your asset bases look like, and what you want to do. And I think it's a really big opportunity to go seek out hard truths. And I like hard truths. I don't like easy truths. I like things that are uncomfortable, that make me sweat at night because my business isn't going to work, things that make me make smarter decisions. And a brand has to have those principles in mind, right? So one of those might be, is the consumer first at the center of your policy or not? Are you willing to have a good relationship with them, have a better customer journey, and treat that customer the way they want to be treated? Because I'm willing to give my information to certain brands and not others, right? So are you set up that way, yes or no? Because then you can do what Rob has suggested. What experience can I give them? What benefits can I provide for them? And I think that cuts across content as well as advertising. You start to build out across both, and then you build a relationship. When most people got into data, and Lauren can talk about this, they got into it not to create targeting as a sole entity, but to create a full user journey across their brand, advertising, websites, storefronts, etc. So how are you doing that? That keeps the consumer at the first. And the hard truth on that for you is, if you don't respect them, transparency, choice, control, security, you won't have a business with them. They'll abandon you, right? Then it's short-term versus long-term. Like you mentioned, short-termism. If you're a long-term thinker, you think about value there and how you expand and how you enhance your operations. If you're short-term, you replicate things that have already been phased out. And the path that's easiest is most often the path without wisdom, right? That's why you always avoid short-term. You say, what's the hardest thing I can do that's sustainable? And then lastly, they have to have a culture of experimentation. Like, what are you willing to invest resource-wise, experiment-wise, testing-wise, to understand all the things in the marketplace that you can do on-site and in advertising that lend a ton of value to you? And if you do that, you have a framework for working in this world, right? And then you can do all the things that Rob said, because he said all the right things, right? You can understand how to gain consumers that matter. You can understand data partnerships that make sense to you, that are consented. You can understand how you then leverage insights, actual insights that you didn't know from that data that inform your advertising. You can measure things that go back to your bottom line. But it takes effort, it takes purpose, it takes experimentation. And most companies will falter on that because people are uncomfortable with failure, right?
Yeah.
And if you're rewriting something, you run your own company. If you're rewriting something, you're going to fail every day, right?
Yeah.
And do you learn from that or not? And do you move forward? And the really smart marketers that you asked about before have data siloed properly. They have a consent model that works. They understand how to leverage on-site behavior versus off-site behavior. There's value to it, and they experiment. And if they make a mistake or fail, they just learn from it and do something different the next day, right? And that's how you start to move forward in the market.
Sean, that was a masterclass on a number of fronts. So thank you for that. Lauren, I'm really curious to hear. I guess first, I think we've talked around it a little bit, but who do you think are the winners and the losers of some of these changes that are coming up? And the second one, and I would love to hear this candid kind of overall percentage from all of you. What's the percentage of marketers that you think are thinking about this the right way in the long term, really sophisticated, and kind of as a subpart of that, media leaders? How are you seeing that landscape shift? Because I've definitely seen a lot of shift on that front. And are they managing to kind of get up to speed as fast as they need to? So Lauren, please start.
Yeah, so winners, we talked about this, but companies who have invested in their first party data and who have focused on it as like first and foremost, those have been quick to adapt. And so thinking outside of just first party data. And so what's coming in 2022 is whether it's content or contextual or sort of other modes outside of just first party data. Those who knew that this was coming in 2022 and aren't thinking about it in 2021. So who actually have, saw the turn signal on that Sean referenced earlier. Data privacy advocates is probably the hottest function in any company, with endless job security for the foreseeable future. And I would say some of the big tech companies that are making the hard choices right now, I think will be winners. But most of all, I would say consumers, if we do this right, should be the greatest winners of them all. Losers, to now shift to the negative, I would say it's Sean, what you were just alluding to. It's those who are looking for quick fixes, those whose business models and technology are sort of built on that cross-site tracking that we were talking about and sort of reckless behavior with data. I think that anyone who's sort of looking to move forward and to do a quick fix is going to have a really short tenure with that.
So I would offer to that if you are a seller of advertising, the strongest people, the people with the strongest signal. If you're a buyer of advertising, the winners are the people that have the strongest relationships. And strongest relationship with your consumer on the one hand, strongest signal from the consumer on the other hand. Clearly, in that case, Google is in a very strong position, has a gajillion logged in users. I think that's the latest estimate. It was a gajillion logged in users across YouTube and Mail and many other assets. And Amazon, of course, has an incredibly strong signal from transactions on its side of it. So you would expect those kinds of companies to be big winners. I think part of the sense of loss that the advertisers broadly are having is that there was a certain universal nature about the cookie, in that cookies existed pretty much everywhere, and therefore all the things you wanted to do in terms of profiling your customers, targeting your customers, making your transactions, and attributing effect, you could do in a common currency. I think what people haven't called out in this sort of slow mourning and the passing of the cookie is just how effective cookies weren't in many situations, and the match rates and the degree of fidelity of cookies and the real ability to resolve identities based on cookies was of a much lower fidelity than people are assuming it to be when they talk about its passing. And so finding this new way of passing your existing relationships as relationships of strength and working with people that have strong signal on the other hand, I think makes for a different but interesting, potentially as effective future for advertisers.
And as a follow-up to that, I don't know if we've named media companies to be winners or losers, but based on what Lauren and Rob said, what do you guys think? You know, small media companies, let's say, like I don't know if I can call BuzzFeed a smaller media company, but let's say BuzzFeed versus a Dow Jones with many different properties. And what about subscription versus non-subscription media companies?
In my opinion, it's a mixed bag. I think that there are some really great examples of winners who are media owners in both of those categories and with some of the names that you already outlined. And I think that I've been surprised to also see, I guess, the lack of focus and the lack of priority and the slow nature in terms of the ability to change and embrace change. And that's, I would say, been more disappointing. And I would say the same goes for brands as well, that you don't really get, like, I wouldn't even feel comfortable giving you an exact percentage that says, 65% of brands are going to be A-okay. It's really just differs across which vertical they focus in, whether they've had to care about this and prioritize this. So if you're already a regulated brand and company, 9 times out of 10, you've already thought about this, and this is already at the forefront of your strategy, and this isn't a 2022 topic.
Yeah, really well said. I think consumers are always the winner if you put them first, right? So anything that we're trying to do in the marketplace for us consumer first is always going to be good for consumers, because if they're happy, our companies are always happier because they'll support us better. I think, Rob, you have a lot of great points, and Lauren, I wouldn't repeat any of them. I think there are segments that have head starts, certainly, and Rob has outlined the assets that they possess to have head starts. But what's important is it's a marketplace that's really changing, right? I think for the first time, everyone realizes it's really changing, and you are off to the right start if you realize it's not happening to just you. Right. This is something that's happening to everyone. The other thing about the cookie that Rob didn't mention is it powered the infrastructure of the internet, everything, measurement, attribution, planning, targeting, and that's how people operate. So every single person, brand, publisher, ad tech company, media player is reinventing themselves. And the more you come together as a coalition to solve for the future, the marketplace will win. Right. So there will be certain people that have good assets, but we have to build for everyone. A free and open internet means you build for everyone. Right. So that's why, like, scaled things around cohort modeling or machine learning that buffer really strong first party data strategies are really important, because it allows small advertisers, small publishers to compete. Right. And that's what we want everyone to be able to compete. So I think that's really important. And ultimately, you're a winner if you embrace change. Right? Because once you realize that privacy is not a differentiator, it should just be, and you start to do the hard things to change and to learn and put the foundations in place, even though you don't know all the answers, you'll end up better than you are before, right? Because then you can answer all the hard questions. You can answer, how do I leverage my website and content to greater degree than I am today? How do I then leverage the learnings from that to improve the experience of advertising? How do I build really strong measurement models and performance models and attribution models around one-to-one, one-to-few, one-to-many? If you build that infrastructure, you'll be able to succeed. Like, the marketplace has worked for decades on mass marketing, right? Our job is to make sure we protect the ability to do one-to-one, the ability to do one-to-a-few, as well as broad, and give people tools to do it. And everyone that I know wants to do that. If I give them a choice between privacy first and interoperability at all costs, they always choose privacy first. And then they start to do the right things for their company to actually build a better future. And if we do that together, then we'll be great.
Thank you, Sean. Well, we're running a little bit over time, but I will be remiss to not ask Rob to ask the question that he asked before the session started, because it's a really simple question that I think will help everyone listening understand what's really going to happen versus not. So, Rob, over to you. By the way, you're muted.
What was your question, Rob?
I think the question was that people you could divide this into actual harms to consumers and irritations to consumers. And actual harm are when people get profiled incorrectly and are thus discriminated against as a result of the use of data, or if there's an identity issue and their identity is used in the wrong way as identity theft or whatever. And people have lots of difficulty producing lots of examples of the identity theft category. People definitely can abstract the idea of inappropriate targeting and profiling, but most of the occasions that you hear people actually talking about the use of their data are about irritations, like the pair of shoes following them around the internet after they've tried to buy it. And I'm getting the sense that we're heading to a world where we're solving for some of those bigger, more profound issues, but the irritation issue that's at the front of mind of most people doesn't seem like it's going to be solved for at all in this new world. Is that fair?
Maybe solve for a bit. Like, I think, will it stop one-to-one targeting? No, because first-party data allows you to do one-to-one targeting. It does give a user maybe a little bit more choice about who they engage with on that, but you can still get an ad that's not specifically targeted to you that feels like it is. Like, so I'm not sure it removes that irritation completely from that area.
So the real message to consumers then in all of this is you've now got more controls, but you can only make those irritations and the things that ail you online actually work for you if you take control of it yourself, because the system, whatever that is, isn't going to do all of that for you.
Yeah. So I think the part of it, I think what you want to tell consumers is your data is secure, right? So what are we doing to make sure your data is secure? Nobody wants to see a Cambridge Analytica thing again, right? So data leakage is one of the named things that they read about that they're concerned about. And if you pull up any newspaper, you'll see security breach somewhere. If you can show people there's security, that brings a lot of comfort. And then if you can show people there's relevance, that's not annoying, right? And it's less annoying than it was before, you get some benefit. The problem will be, and this is what you're hitting on, is there are always workarounds that bad actors will take to do the annoying Neanderthal retargeting. And it will be hard for a consumer to notice it, right? And that's an industry problem to solve. Like, how do we not have backdoors? And that's a really hard technical challenge. How do we get everyone to operate with integrity on it? And then how do we truly communicate the value proposition to a consumer that matters so they know what they're getting and why they're getting it? So then the nuisances become less prominent and less frequent than they probably feel today.
But there's also a chance that Rob would click on enough shoes to be in a flock, in a cohort.
Probably true, yeah.
Those shoes will then follow him around.
Yeah.
So I guess
and that's why I say value exchange is always really important.
My plan is to be in a croc flock.
Yeah. And that's why it's important to have protected. Like,
I think it's going to be fascinating if we ever get access to what flocks we are actually in. It'll be a very revealing therapeutic or maybe would make us need therapy moment. I hope Google will reveal that at some point. Well, thank you all so much. I know we've gone over time and I could keep talking to you for the next hour. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Rob. You've been great guests. And I hope this is not the end of the conversation.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome back to the main stage. We're about to enter a break where you'll be able to go off and do some networking, visit the Notch booth, where you'll be able to listen to some videos about Notch and what we do around content intelligence, as well as have an opportunity to take a brain break. But before we jump off to that, which I probably need at this point as much as anybody, I want to thank the panel that was just up, Anda, Rob, Lauren, and our mystery guest, and as mystery guest goes, I apologize for not doing the introduction for you, Sean, but Sean Downey, who heads up America's platforms here at Google. They all provided some very interesting perspectives on the changes in privacy and how organizations are going to be reacting to that. Sean, I would thank you very much for turning the turn signal on 20 blocks in advance as a marketer, because it really gives us time to think. And I also appreciate yourself and Lauren's perspective on the consumer being treated as a human. And I think if that's the guidance that Google's giving, I believe you're spot on and are going to create a much better environment for us all to market into. So with that, again, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Lauren. And thank you, Wanda, for hosting the session. Enjoy your time to have networking. It started a few moments ago, so those of you exiting the main stage can join. Enjoy your time at 155 with Haley Harris, who's a lead counselor at Zennovate, to guide a brain break for all of us. And we will see you back on the main stage at around 2:11. So have a nice break, and we'll see you soon.
I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone. I said,
Hi, so excited to be here on this brain break with you. My name's Haley Harris. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, as well as a registered yoga and meditation teacher. I work with Zennovate Corporation, and we focus on wellness for employees. So let's go ahead, and we're going to take a little bit of a break and move our bodies a little and give our brains a little bit of a rest. You can do this sitting down, or if you'd like, you can stand, and I'll give you some different options for standing. I'm going to stay sitting. As I had to go to my office today, we thought I'd join you in your offices. So let's go ahead and just start by closing our eyes. And I invite you to sit with a nice straight back so that we stay active and awake. And then we're going to try to relax the muscles in our body. And then let's take our focus to our breath. Just noticing our breath as it enters in through our nose, fills up our lungs. Noticing it as it leaves our bodies, exhaling through the nose or the mouth. Now we're going to take a deep breath in, hold at the top, and then a deep breath out. Let's do that one more time together. Deep breath in, and a deep breath out. Now, if you'd like, you can keep your eyes closed as we do this. You can also take a peek at me if you need a little guidance. So we're going to just start by moving our neck side to side. And when we're doing this, keeping our back straight, pressing our shoulders down a little bit. If that's too much, it is okay if you have your shoulders a tiny bit up. And then come up to the center, take a deep breath in, and as you exhale, your ear to shoulder on the other side. Let's do this a couple times. So breathing in, breathe out, and other ear to other shoulder. And just go with your own breath. So as you breathe in, you'll sit up straight. And as you breathe out, ear to shoulder. One more time each side. Now I invite you to go ahead and reach your hands up to the sky, arms as straight as you can, and pressing your shoulders down. Again, you can close your eyes or have them open during this time. And as you breathe in, let's think of reaching up towards the sky. And as you breathe out, pressing your shoulders down. We're going to take a deep breath in as we reach up. Now on this exhale, keeping our bottoms where they are, let's go ahead and breathe out and twist and bring our arms down. I'm going to take my left hand, place it on my chair behind me. My right hand is going on the outside of my knee, my left knee. I'm going to keep a nice straight back and go ahead and twist and start looking back towards your left shoulder. As you breathe in, think of a nice long spine. And as you breathe out, think of furthering that twist a little bit more. Take a few breaths here. On your next breath in, let's go ahead and reach those arms back up to the sky. And as you breathe out, we're going to twist to the other side, taking your left hand onto the outside of your right knee, your right hand back on your chair. Go ahead and take a deep breath in. Sit up nice and tall. And as you breathe out, twist a little bit more. Take a few breaths here. And on your next breath in, let's go ahead and reach those hands up into the sky. Nice long inhale. And as you exhale, bringing those hands, you can place them down in your lap if you'd like. You can also bring them here to heart center, your choice. We're going to do a little bit of a breathing exercise. This is one of my favorite things to do during my 5-minute breaks throughout the day. So let's go ahead, place your hands wherever you'd like, in your lap, on your desk, or your heart center. Go ahead and let's close our eyes. And again, we're going to go back to that focus on the breath with our spine nice and long. Now, if you notice that your chest is rising and falling, I want you to focus more on your stomach rising and falling, which means we're going to take some longer inhales and some longer exhales. We're going to do what's called box breathing. As I explain it, continue to focus on your breath. We're going to breathe in together for 4 counts. Hold at the top for 4 counts. Breathe out for 4 and hold at the bottom for 4 counts. I'll guide you on this and we'll repeat this 4 times. And breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Last time in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Keeping your eyes closed, go ahead and allow your normal breathing pattern to return. And I just want you to take notice of your body and notice any body sensations. Notice any body tension. Breathing into that area that might be tense and allowing it to relax. Notice if you're feeling any different. And go ahead and slowly open your eyes. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your mindfulness stretch. These are great things to do throughout the day.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from your break. Hopefully, everybody got a chance to attend Haley's brain break session. It was very useful, at least for me, anyway. We've got an exciting afternoon planned here on the main stage. Starting out, we're going to be welcoming Claudia Minchoff, who's the Senior Director of Marketing at Experience Cloud, with one of our partners in Insight 2021 Salesforce, and Amelia Wilcox, who's the founder and CEO at Zenivite. So we're going to stay here on the main stage as they talk about how to create revolutionary connected digital experiences. Immediately after that, we'll stay with the main stage where we'll be talking about Breaking Bad, time to change our content habits, which will actually be led by Matt Wasley, our Director of Product Marketing here at Notch, as well as Brett Crossley, our Senior Vice President of Product here at Notch. And they'll be exploring what we need to do really in terms of looking at content from a more modern perspective and understanding the types of insights that you can get through using technologies that allow you to actually attach business outcomes to your content. After that, we'll also have two other sessions going on at the same time, 10 innovative ways to transform your business with content management systems, also with our partner Salesforce. And then also the snapshot, 5 rules you'll need to break to win with Gen Z. And that's going to be hosted by Vayner, who we do quite a bit of work with, and I'm excited to see what they position. I will be rejoining you later on the main stage to introduce our next sessions, which started the sessions after that, which started around 3:24, 3:25. Enjoy the next 2 sessions. Hopefully your energy's up and you're ready to go post the break. And with that, I will pass it over to Claudia and Amelia to talk about creating a revolutionary connected digital experience. Look forward to talking to you guys later.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Ben. Before we get started, just to let you know, this presentation may contain some forward-looking statements. And as a reminder, please make your purchasing decisions based on products and services that are currently available. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our session on how to create revolutionary digital experiences. I'm Claudia Michon, and I lead product marketing for Experience Cloud, Salesforce's digital experience platform that allows customers to build connected digital experiences like emails, websites, mobile apps, portals, and to do that very, very fast. I'm very thrilled to be joined by Amanda Wilcox, founder and CEO of one of our favorite customers, Zenivite. And before we dive into the content, just to note, you may have read the description of the session and are wondering, what is a revolutionary digital experience? What do we mean by that? And that's why we invited Amelia specifically for this session. This pandemic thing happened. Amelia's company faced this massive crisis where they had to transform all of their in-person experiences and make them digital. So it was a true revolution for not only her company, but how they approached content. And we're going to hear from Amelia and her story and what drove this transformation and how, of course, they used Experience Cloud to do this very quickly. And very, very thrilled. Again, Amelia, welcome. And so happy to have you here. So without further ado, Amelia, tell us about Zenovate, your mission, and your business model.
Awesome. Thank you for introing me, Claudia. I appreciate that and the opportunity to be here with everybody today. Zenovate is a digital platform providing employee mental health services and support. So we have on-demand teletherapy. Employees can get with a counselor we're actually in 28 countries right now, and get with somebody as quickly as within 24 hours. And then we also have this suite of proactive care, kind of pre-recorded videos in yoga, nutrition, meditation, fitness, mental health videos. There's actually 8 categories. And so that is what we are doing right now.
That's amazing. Very robust platform, very robust set of services. I would love to hear you tell the story that I've heard so many times, but I think it's a wonderful one, about the incredible turnaround that you were able to lead once shelter in place began.
Yeah, so pre-COVID, we did on-site corporate massage for businesses. So companies would hire us to come in and massage their employees at work as part of their wellness program. So we've always been in the wellness and well-being space. And we've done that for about 10 years. We had 4,000 companies across the US and Canada that we worked with, about 1,200 massage therapists on staff as W-2 employees. And when COVID hit, a couple of things happened. People stopped going to work in an actual office. So there really wasn't a central location for us to be able to serve our clients. And then the states all basically shut physical touch down anyway. So there just was no opportunity for us to massage people, even if we found a way to do it outside of the office. So we had a company we built for a decade and it basically went to zero. And prior to that happening, we had actually taken our own custom platform we had built ourselves, and we had started replicating all that functionality on the Salesforce platform. And we made that decision after, there was a lot of thought that went into it. We custom designed our own software for a really long time, and we made the business decision to move onto the Salesforce platform because we can move more quickly, be more agile, and there were so many features that Salesforce had that we could just implement out of the box, overall just reducing our development costs. So, we opted to have just a couple of developers on staff instead of a whole team, and then build that on the Salesforce platform. So luckily we had already started that process like October of 2019. So when COVID hit in March, it was like Friday the 13th when we basically went to zero. We'd already kind of rebuilt everything inside of Salesforce. So we had this like much better functional platform that could really scale with a lot more features and things that we didn't have to custom build ourselves. And it was ready to go and serve this amazing community and really scale our massage business. And then our massage business disappeared overnight. So,
tragic.
So yeah, so we basically just got with all of our customers. We got with all of our licensed massage therapists. And we just tried to recognize patterns, tried to recognize needs that we were uniquely positioned to be able to solve. So what other problems were there out there that we could help our clients, these big employers, solve with their employees with the tools we had on hand. So this platform, it's really just like a killer logistics platform. And we just were like, what else can we solve? What else are we in a position to do? So the outcome of all of these conversations, which I had personally with our clients, was just that people were really struggling with mental health. They did not know how the company as a whole did not know how their employees were doing. Employees were struggling. They were feeling disconnected from each other, disconnected from the company. And so there were just kind of all of these recurring themes that we saw when we were talking to our clients. And we were like, you know what? We can help with that. We already have like this amazing scheduling system. We can just add a new type of practitioner to the platform, with being licensed counselors, social workers, psychologists, things like that. And we'll just see if people use it. And so that's kind of how it started.
Okay. And before we dive into the actual content piece, talking about platform and implementation, how long did this digital transformation take you with Experience Cloud?
Yeah, we were able to actually have a new product out and available to our clients in about 2 weeks.
2 weeks is pretty incredible. I mean, I have difficulty even, booking a doctor's appointment and showing up in the matter of 2 weeks. It's incredible. It's not something that's really uncommon that we hear from our customers, that speed of being able to deploy. And that's one of the things that I know our product team works really hard to make sure that they're empowering. But it's not only getting that platform up online, it's also building the content to feed that platform. And just really quickly before we go into that as well, I would love for you to share with the audience some of the amazing returns that you've been seeing with the new digital version of your product, because the stats are pretty phenomenal. Given, you had to make this very, major 180 in the matter of weeks.
Yeah, definitely. So we launched with our first couple clients in September. We had about 700 users in September of 2020. And then you fast forward to today, it's been like 10 months, I think, if I'm doing the math off the cuff. And we're sitting at around 5,000 users today and growing. We're launching about 2 new companies every week. And our revenue from the new model is kind of like, it's 50-50 platform licenses. So the thing I didn't mention was we, in all these conversations with our clients, they were asking us like, hey, can you record this, yoga class? Can you record this meditation session? We want to show it to our employees in the UK, and it's nighttime there. And so we thought, maybe we'll build out some pre-recorded sessions and see if we can sell them. So that's kind of what started this idea of having like an actual app that companies are paying, per employee per month for. So half of our revenue is made up of that, and the other half is made up of our live services, which includes teletherapy, manager trainings for companies on mental health. And then massage is starting to come back now. So we do have some clients who are also doing live in-person massage again as well.
That's great. Oh, that's such good news to hear.
I know, it's kind of unbelievable. It's happening a little faster than we expected. That we do have like inbound leads coming in every day, and they're like, hey, we want massage. So yeah, we've got that going on. So we're growing pretty quickly every month. One of the most exciting things on the business side too, is that we've seen our gross margins have like almost doubled with the new products that we have, because we're able to deliver them in a really cost-effective way, digitally. On the massage side, we would have needed like 50 massage therapists in every metro area to effectively service that area. Now we really just need 4 or 5 licensed counselors in each state. And they can actually be licensed in multiple states and serve. Most of our therapists actually serve multiple states across the USA, and some of them even multiple countries. So we're able to keep our team a lot smaller, so a lot less management, and just deliver a more effective service.
So in a way, it's set you up to be even more profitable and to be able to scale above and beyond what you could have done pre-pandemic.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we've always been a technology company. We were definitely a technology-enabled services business before COVID hit. People could just go online and book whatever massage services they wanted without having to talk to a salesperson. Somebody just shows up. It's like all automated. But this has definitely shifted us into more of like a software as a service type of company, where we have a platform people are paying for licenses for, that has a lot of different pieces to it, where we can really help a lot of people.
Wonderful. And innovation aside, the service that Zennovate is providing is really important. You were talking about, the pivot to focusing on mental health. And I want to dig a little bit deeper into that, because I feel like that's something that's affecting everyone. I know my husband and I, we just had a baby about 8 months ago. I had the baby, but we raised the baby together. And we were actually looking for a family counselor to help us navigate all of those landmines through parenthood, and we got our list from our amazing insurance company. Very fortunate we have coverage. We went down that list and we were calling everyone, and we couldn't get access to someone because everyone was fully booked. And it was really worrying, if this was a mental health issue or if this was a crisis, we would have been in trouble. So I would love to hear from you how you kind of identified this opportunity / need, and what you've been seeing on your end and how you've been addressing it.
Yeah. So kind of going back to those conversations we were having with our clients, we started to hear people saying, I had a client we were talking to and they were like, it was a 12-week wait for employees to get in touch with their employee assistance program for counseling for mental health crisis, right? So you're in crisis. They give you a 1-800 number to call. You call the 1-800 number. They give you a list of therapists to call. Then you go through and call each one of those therapists, and people give up after the third or fourth person is booked, 8 to 12 weeks out. So that was the recurring theme. I still haven't heard of anyone getting in faster than 4 weeks since COVID began. So that was a problem. We were like, well, we know we can help there because having access to teletherapy, it gives you a lot more flexibility. You don't have to drive to someone's office. Also, being able to schedule through a portal instead of calling a bunch of 1-800 numbers. I was like, oh, we can solve that problem. We can solve that problem. Just with the technology we'd already built for the massage side of the company. We just had to repurpose it a little bit. So those are some of the things that we saw is just that wait time is huge. A lot of the statistics coming out around mental health were concerning. 41% of people in the US right now have diagnosable mental health conditions. So they're in need of mental health support. So the need is huge. And you would have thought that if there's it is a mental health crisis, nationally, you would have thought if we're in this big crisis, there just must not be enough licensed counselors, which was my thought. I was like, maybe there's nobody out there to do it. It's like nurses, there's this shortage, right? But that wasn't the case at all. As soon as we started hiring counselors, we've really had no problem finding the staff that we need to serve our clients. So those are some of the things that we noticed. And just companies in general, this has brought this to light. I think we were already on the verge of a mental health crisis before COVID began. And this has really opened the door in a way, even though it's not a good thing generally, but the silver lining is that more companies are looking for solutions. More corporate leaders are speaking out and being vulnerable with their teams. So saying yeah, I'm struggling with anxiety or I'm having burnout. And I think when leaders do that, it gives their employees permission to also not be okay sometimes. And so we're just seeing more and more demand for tools to help enable employees, more and more companies stepping up and leading the charge and talking about it, which I feel like is half of the battle, is just having those conversations and being open about it. And so, yeah, there really is this huge demand. And the good thing about that is it's gonna make it a little destigmatized, a little more readily available. More employees are gonna have access to resources. And so I'm excited about that part of the future.
Me too. And I'm so glad you guys are there providing that service. And, going back to the technology side of it, you're having conversations, you're hearing from the community, your customers that this is a need. How are you able to look internally at, engagement with the site and understand what the demand was from that perspective?
Yeah, great question. The cool thing about being built on Salesforce is really good at collecting and delivering that data in any kind of way you want to display it. So we started looking at what are the pieces of content that are being viewed the most and trying to recognize trends there. We were able to kind of A/B test where we were placing content on the site. Are these results skewed because the mental health library is at the top. So maybe everyone's just watching the mental health videos more than everything else because of where they're at on the platform. So we were able to experiment with some of that. Taking, client feedback. We do collect a bunch of client feedback. We also created a well-being assessment using the Salesforce surveys tool. And then all of that data we can actually report on. So we can see what categories of well-being employees are struggling with. Is it physical? Is it financial? Mental health, where are the areas that people are struggling? And so we were able to kind of recognize what are the areas that needed the most attention. And then also what content are people engaging with the most? So we can look at a report and we can see easily half of the content viewed on the platform is meditation. And then a third of it is mental health. So we see this huge, just disparity, I guess, in what people are consuming. It's telling us that right now, most people are needing stuff for their mind around mental health and ways to de-stress and reset their minds and get in a healthy place. So yeah, those are some of the things that we looked at. We did start to see trends with like certain practitioners were more popular than others. Different videos would get more views, which we later figured out was like due to quality of audio, quality of video, things like that. So just by kind of like compiling the data, pulling reports, we were able to kind of recognize different trends and then figure out what direction to invest more in and focus on a little heavier. So an example of that is now we're doing about 50% of our content developments actually done in person in a studio setting. Whereas in the very beginning of COVID, we were just sending video kits to our practitioners to do in their homes because we still couldn't see people in person, for quite a while. And so now we're kind of doing 50-50 home studio versus the corporate studio. And the corporate studio definitely has just a higher level of quality. So we see more interaction with those videos.
Okay, so that brings us to the content creation segment of this conversation. The studio piece, obviously that up-leveled the content game. What are some other learnings that you had as you've been creating content and been seeing, what gets the most interaction or repeat visits or views? What is some advice that you would give for the content creators who are joining us?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a couple of the big takeaways we've had is number one, like first and foremost, the shorter videos get the most interaction. And so I think it makes perfect sense, right? Because so many of us are working from home. I think it's common knowledge that working from home, people are just working more, they're working harder, they have less breaks. And so what we found is that people just have time for these tiny little bite-sized chunks of self-care, whether that is doing a 5-minute yoga class in your desk chair to release your hips or your low back, or it's just a 5-minute mental health video on parenting your teenager who's dealing with suicidal ideation. People just have these little times. So our 30-minute, segments people do interact with, but the bulk of it is like that 10 minutes or less kind of space is the time that people have right now. And then the other thing we realize is like the audio quality is so important. So we have some that like they're great video quality, but maybe their mic isn't set up just right. We just have kind of realized that audio, based on the feedback we've received, like audio is like the most important part. So especially like if you're doing a meditation, your eyes are shut anyway. So like,
right, yeah.
And then also just about like the structure of the content and kind of what that user experience looks like, just by sending surveys, collecting feedback from our clients and stuff. Search was a huge one. And so getting the content like super searchable, being able to search by category, because for us, we have 8 different libraries. So whether you're doing meditation or nutrition, or you want to take some massage classes, being able to kind of navigate. So we let people navigate by library categories. So like which type of modality is it? They can navigate by practitioners. They can see, and this is all done in the Salesforce CMS, but they can just go and navigate to their favorite practitioner, or they can navigate by time. So it's like me, I have 5 minutes, show me all the 5-minute classes. So yeah, searchability, how it's kind of organized, and then being able to, the newest thing we just released actually is it's a new releases section of the page. That's like right at the top. So we got feedback that people were like, it's hard to find the new stuff. Like we don't know what's new. And so we were like, hey, let's just do like a new releases kind of square
Netflix style.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm like, anything Netflix does, we can probably bet on and be okay. So yeah, we just have like the new releases section at the top. And then it's been a lot easier for people to just be like, oh, this week there's like 5 new yoga videos. They can just go in and get them all done. So that's probably a really long answer to your question.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I am learning a lot here. I hope others are. I mean, it seems like you're very dialed in to delivering fresh, new, engaging content that's not only interesting, but also helping others, change their lives, take control of their well-being, and just, I guess the ultimate goal for employers is to be better engaged employees. Now, I know when it comes to customer demands and trying to stay ahead of that, for a content creator, it's always be creating. That's kind of the mantra. And also a business, always be creating. What are you guys working on? What are you creating?
So one of the big things we just released, I guess like 8 weeks ago, is our version 1 of gamification, which is basically, the purpose and why employers buy from us is because they want something for their employees to engage with. They want, mental health and physical wellness to be improving. A lot of companies are staying remote for the foreseeable future, which has been really interesting to watch, which companies are like, yeah, we're not bringing our call centers back ever. And you're like, really? They're going to do call centers from home. Just being able to get people to engage with the content in a fun and engaging way. So we built kind of gamification. It's actually kind of similar to Salesforce's like Trailhead gamification stuff. So you've got badges you can earn, you've got levels you can move up, you earn points. In the future, those points will be redeemable for live experiences. So you're like, if you save up 1,000 points and you're like, awesome, I'm going to cash those in. And I've done all of Heather's yoga videos. Now I want to do a private session with Heather on Zoom. You can absolutely do that. So that's one of the things we're working on. We're just about to release our leaderboard at the end of this month, which is basically, this is kind of some of that peer-to-peer engagement we've been focused on for Q2. So you can basically see your standing against your peers on the platform and get a little healthy competition going on as you're trying to like achieve those top spots by interacting with the content. And then we have group challenges coming at the end of the year. So one of the pieces of feedback we've gotten over and over again is that HR people run these challenges. Like maybe your challenge for the month is mindfulness, or maybe it's like a walkathon, or, they do this and they're managing it with spreadsheets. And then it is like a lot of work. And we're like, oh, well, we can do that.
Oldie but a goodie sometimes.
Yeah. So we basically we're just like, we can build a bunch of preloaded group challenges around our content and make that easier for HR as well. So we've got that coming. And then we're always adding new services, new kind of service types. So this quarter, the end of the quarter, we'll be launching our financial wellness library, as well as the ability to work with a live financial counselor if you're trying to get out of debt or learning how to invest. Just basically any of the things that maybe cause people stress. And
yeah, that's amazing. That's so important. As again, pandemic, people, being stretched thin, having to invest in alternative childcare and all those complicated financial issues that are coming up.
Yeah. And then we've got just kind of other things that we're working on next quarter. We'll be focused on kind of a care bot, which is like a chat bot that basically can help serve up whatever people are needing based on how they're doing. And they can kind of report, track their mood. And then based on, if they're feeling angry or they're feeling depressed or anxious, the system can point them in the direction of the content that would help them. Now that the content library is getting bigger and bigger, we're looking for different ways to help people have what they need served to them instead of them having to go and find it. So it's kind of our focus.
That's amazing. Again, Netflix. Show me the rom-com that I'm looking for that I'm not articulating well in your search. All right. So now that we're coming out of the pandemic, it's like, I compare it to springtime in New York, that first warm day where everyone's happy and we're all learning to hug now, and it's still very awkward for me. I'm still figuring out, is it okay to hug you or not? As this transformation is happening, what's going to be unfolding for Zennovate over the next few months, and what shifts do you anticipate seeing?
Yeah, one of the things we're hearing more and more is the focus is starting to shift into employee burnout. Is just like what everybody's talking about all the time now. So mental health is super important. Burnout is part of that, but people are really starting to hone in on like, man, our employees are getting burnout. Like, how do we prevent that? And there's a lot of solutions for that, a lot of ideas out there and stuff, but we are seeing more and more people focus on employee workload and just that whole thing around burnout. And with that, I think we're seeing more conversations around stress, burnout, anxiety, depression, mental health in general. It's becoming more mainstream, less stigmatized. And I think we're going to see just more holistic solutions out there too, because what works for me doesn't necessarily work for you, Claudia. You know, maybe you're ready to talk to a therapist, but maybe I'm only comfortable watching a video. Maybe, you know, your way of managing your mental health is meditation, but maybe for me, I like have to really get my heart rate up and get a sweat. There's just so many different ways for people to manage their mental and physical well-being that I think we're going to see more and more holistic solutions coming out, instead of having like, you know, we have Headspace for meditation, we have our EAP for crisis, we have, you know, all of these teletherapy solutions, and, you know, a fitness app and all these things. I think we're going to start to see a convergence of some of those, which we're obviously already working on, but we are seeing the value of that in the marketplace for sure. Because I think a lot of employees have like benefit fatigue and kind of like this fractured experience of all these different, like you use a specific provider and a specific application for every single benefit you want to access. So I think we're going to see more of that starting to come together.
That is wonderful. I'm glad that you exist and that you're around and you're serving needs. It's very impressive what you have. Again, the pivot, the change in your business model, the ability to re-platform, and your roadmap for essentially experience personalization is really impressive. And I look forward to seeing all of that come to life and how you continue to lead the industry and push the boundaries of what's possible to address well-being, because we need it. It's really important. And you guys are an amazing example. We now have about 15 minutes. We're like 5 minutes ahead of schedule. We have 15 minutes for customer questions from the audience. Sorry, audience questions. Hopefully you'll become Salesforce customers. But yeah, look, happy to answer any of those. Anything about content or experience or well-being or mental health. Both of us are here to answer those. Okay, nothing coming through, and that's fine because hopefully we've answered everything. Amelia, before we sign off, are there any last parting words or anything that you would like to share with folks?
I mean, parting words, if there's one thing they take from this session, I think the future is super interesting. It's going to be different than, you know, the world we knew before COVID. And I think the key to being successful in this emerging new world is just having those conversations, collecting that feedback, looking at the data, and just making sure you're super in tune with your customers and their needs, because the market is just adjusting so quickly and nobody knows where it's going to go. And I think that's part of the excitement. Like, I really love watching it unfold and being like, I didn't predict that. So yeah, talk to everyone.
For sure. Wonderful. Okay, no questions. So thank you so much for joining us for this session and sharing, again, all of your wisdom and for really kind of leading the pack.
Okay, happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, wait, we do have a question. What is the best way to get trained on Salesforce software? Great question. So if you go to salesforce.com, you can find our Trailhead learning platform. It's all self-paced learning modules. Amelia, you alluded to that. If you want to give any insight into how you use it and how it's been a benefit to you, I think the audience would appreciate that.
Yeah, the trailheads are great. If there's a feature I want to learn more about, you can just pop into those trailheads. It is fun because I log in and I do enjoy watching my score go up and earning new badges and stuff. But
how many badges do you have?
I probably have like 3. It's not very many. But because a lot of the stuff now we have like a Salesforce developer admin CTO person, so now I kind of can just go to her. But before that, when we just had like consultants, I would go in and like learn all the pieces I needed to know myself. But I know the rest of my team uses it a ton too. We're very much like a jump in and figure it out kind of group of people. So if there's something we don't know, I do love that there is the trailheads there where you can just like, if you don't know, it's like Salesforce is so well documented. You can Google it. There's like YouTube videos other people have done. You can do the Salesforce trainings, and there's so much information. You can figure out how to do anything you want to do.
There is a ton. And if you are really, committed to learning Salesforce and you want to become an admin, there is a certification program as well. So I encourage you to check those out. I know a lot of companies are looking for really great admins.
Good question, Ben. Yeah. So how large is your content team? Our content team, so we have one full-time videographer, and then we have about 12 practitioners. So 12 people that are the talent and do the video creation. And then our videographer does the strategy and the kind of like the content roadmap. And he also does all the editing. We're adding an editor this quarter though. So our goal is to double our content output in Q3. So it doesn't have to be a huge content team, but yeah, so 3 for Q3 will be the size. Which parts of mental wellness do you see businesses leaning more toward these days? That's interesting. I actually just got off a call with a really large broker who was saying that we're seeing more and more need for financial wellness, which is interesting. And I was glad because I was like, yeah, we actually are launching a financial wellness library, so that's perfect. But I mean, for the most part, as far as like what people are consuming, there is a lot of substance abuse. There's a lot of anxiety and depression. What companies are looking for is, it kind of depends on the company, but some of them are looking for ways to reduce medical costs. So they're looking to implement a solution like ours to deflect people from using medical insurance because it's a more cost-effective option. Some of them are wanting to layer it on top. But basically they just want their employees to like not be burnt out, to be happy, and to be productive. So the companies are just looking for whatever solution helps them do that, whether it's finance that's causing their stress. Like some company populations, maybe they have a ton of employees in debt, and that's going to be a higher priority for them. It's going to depend on their demographic, whereas other people, maybe it's just a lot of, anxiety and depression, and they're going to be looking for something specific to that. So hope that answers the question.
Great. Okay, anything else? Just getting them in real time. Okay, that is all on the question side. Thank you so much. Have a fabulous rest of your week. And thank you everyone for joining us for this session, and good luck with your digital experience building.
Awesome. Thanks, Claudia. It was fun to be here. Bye, everyone.
So keep dancing. Everybody say. I can't stop the feeling. I can't stop the feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. Come on.
All right. Hello, everyone. And again, welcome to Insight 2021. And thank you for joining our session, Breaking Bad, It's Time to Change Our Content Habits. We are so excited to be with y'all today on the opposite end of your screen, wherever you may be located, and hope to one day be in the same room with you all, because I promise my jokes are much funnier in person. Anyway, I'm Matthew Wasley, Head of Product Marketing at Notch, and I'm joined by Brett Crossley, our SVP of Product at Notch. I'm based in Austin, Texas. Brett is in Asheville, North Carolina, and while we may not agree on what state has the best barbecue, the one thing we absolutely can agree on and do agree on is that for far too long, we, those in the business of content, have been living with and enabling bad content habits. And while my wife may tell you I'm the last person you should listen to when it comes to breaking bad habits, I can promise you that's only about binge watching Netflix and eating pints of Ben & Jerry's ice cream, which I think are arguable bad habits. But what isn't arguable is that our bad content habits have been holding us back from reaching the maximum impact we can make with content. And that's what we're here and we're going to be talking about today. Now, we only have a quick 20 minutes together, and over those 20 minutes, we're going to be moving through the following agenda, and our hope is that we do have a little bit of time at the end for Q&A, depending on how fast I talk, but no promises there. I'll be covering the first 3 bullet points. Then I'm going to pass it over to Brett, and he's going to talk about how technology is going to be the driving force to helping us break these bad habits and keeping ourselves from slipping back into them. So I hope that it sounds exciting to y'all. Let's dive in. So why is it time for an intervention? Why now? Well, to be honest, it's because we are long overdue to stop, take a breath, and sharpen our content axes so we can go out and be more efficient in the future. But as you know, it's tough. It's tough to think about what we actually need to be doing better when what we've been doing is the way it's been done for basically forever. But to frame why the time is now, I thought I'd draw inspiration from someone that's way smarter than me, Mr. Albert Einstein. I'm sure this quote isn't new to anyone listening in, right? We've heard it time and time again. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result, which if you ask my friends, and unfortunately my boss is probably listening in right now, hey, Ben, it's basically the epitome of my golf game. I'm going to be doing that again this weekend, but that's not the point. The point is that if Einstein were with us today and watching how we operate with content, what he probably would be telling us is that not only is it insane to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results, but it's probably even more insane to do different things over and over again without a holistically designed way to understand the results. Because that's exactly what we've been doing with content for years. And one of the reasons I joined Notch was because when I first spoke with Anda, our CEO here, who you all know by now, she was speaking the pain I had as a product marketer at Adobe. And yes, even at Adobe, I struggled to understand the impact that the content, the ebooks, all the things that I was contributing to was having on the business. But what was worse was not knowing how we could have done better the next time. How could we take what we just did and supercharge it for the future? And honestly, yes, in the year 2021, it is insane that content stakeholders aren't able to access the content-specific insights that we need because almost every other function and profession has some purposely designed way to do that. Engineers for car performance, heck, brewmasters for beer are all looking to achieve specific outcomes and rigorously measure the impact of what they produce against that outcome so they can innovate faster. And ironically, I was at a coffee shop yesterday, and the barista was talking about how they ended up at the recipe and the process for their cold brew. And I couldn't believe how thorough their documentation was and all the data points that they were collecting to end up with the 16 ounces of cold brew they poured for me. Meanwhile, for years, we've been running around and conducting and putting on different content campaigns, thinking strategically about our themes, motifs, topics, and the purpose of our content, monitoring our competitors, the things that we're all passionate about, yet are using views and bounce rate to understand if it's actually working or not. And that brings us to what our current version of insanity is. And if we break down what our current version of content insanity is, it looks something like this. We say content is strategic. We invest time, money, resources, creativity, and talent into the strategy. We're passionate and energetic, yet we struggle to prove its impact and push the boundaries of what is possible. So let's think about each of these for a second. First, we say content is strategic, right? The Content Marketing Institute has published that nearly 80% of businesses have some sort of content strategy, right? Not all of them, quote unquote, have that strategy documented, but nobody disagrees that content is strategic, and that is a good thing. And the second part of this is also a good thing too, right? We begin to walk the walk and actually invest that time, money, and resources into building and executing the strategy. That's why we're all here today. But what makes the combination of those first two statements plausibly insane is that we do those things month after month, quarter after quarter, year after year, and yet, according to various and significant amounts of research, we're all left trying to explain the impact and resultantly have no clear path to push the boundaries of what's possible, no definitive, clear understanding of how to get better every single day. And yes, honestly, that is something that we deserve. If we pour our energy and passion into something, if we believe our work is meaningful, we should be able to prove it and have data-driven ideas that will make it more meaningful tomorrow. Now, This insanity, if you will, is being enabled by some of our own very bad habits. And let's be honest with ourselves, we fell into a lot of these habits over time because at one point they were an acceptable status quo. But with that said, it's technically not our fault, but it is also on us to take ownership of being the ones that break the bad content habits that are holding us back. So some things that we need to think about is stop using technology that wasn't designed for content to understand it. And that doesn't mean get rid of them, because things like web analytics and user site experience technology are all essential, especially in today's digital world. But what it does mean is that we need to get more serious about using a content hammer to hit content nails. And if we aspire to continue building something that gets more meaningful by the day. But right now in the year 2021, according to, again, more stats from the Content Marketing Institute, nearly 90% of us use web traffic, web page engagement, or social media analytics as some of the top methods to analyze content performance. The keywords missing from those methods was the word content. Another bad habit we have is just creating more content, which at sometimes supports SEO, but honestly is a bit selfish if we think about it. And as we heard many of the speakers talk about today, is really the opposite of what most of our audiences want, right? If we say we want to be customer centric, then the last thing we should be doing is boiling the ocean with content. We should be using content to personalize everyone's experience based upon what they need and when they need it and where they are along their journey with our brand. That's how we actually use content to acquire, convert, and retain our audiences in a world that's filled with a ton of noise. And finally, we need to break the habit of just accepting that we're going to be dependent on others for the data points that we need to make sound decisions proactively. Data needs to be democratized for content. Content-specific data and insights need to be directly and easily accessible every single day without having to put in a request or go through a 6-month process with central IT to get something built for us. And then the next month it's already out of date because things have changed. I hope no one disagrees that these are bad habits, but I also hope even more that the majority of us are not so complacent that we don't care. So with that, we need to ask ourselves, what's it going to take to change? And sometimes it takes knowing how our bad habits are actually hurting us. Our bad content habits are not only preventing us from getting better, but they're actually making it easier for us to get worse. Because if we're doing the same thing we were doing last year, then we haven't stayed the same because things are moving forward around us. And that means we'll never reach our full potential. And any progress that does happen, happens slowly. If we struggle to gain clarity on what's working, what is not, and why that's true, and reduce the amount of time it takes to know those things, how are we supposed to double down on what's making the biggest impact and actually driving the outcomes we want in meaningful ways? And because of this, first bad habit, our second habit is creating a ton of waste, right? There is a stat that my colleague David Brown shared with us here at Notch that points out that about typically 5% of our content is driving 90% of our engagement. That means the other 95% of content that we're pouring our energy into creating is contributing to that remaining 10%. Like that goes far beyond the 80-20 rule. What does that ratio look like for your business? What percentage of your content that you're investing time, money, and resources into is driving the majority of your desired outcomes? That's the kind of stuff that we need to know. I mean, could you imagine if a doctor knew that 5% of their treatment options were resulting in 90% of their success rates with patients, and yet kept administering the other 95% of treatment options out there equally, right? That just doesn't make sense. And we have to think about content like that and how we're investing our time. And this last point here might be the most important, is that if we are not reaching our full potential, if our bad habits are resulting in waste, then we'll be unable to accelerate the role that content plays across every part of the organization. And there's nothing we should want more than to have content become more front and center, creating more career opportunities for more people to grow. So at the end of the day, let's challenge ourselves to do better. And the way we get better is by talking about it and surrounding ourselves with a community who is thinking the same way, and go on that journey of breaking these bad habits together. Shout out to the Pros and Content community. If you're not part of that community yet, you can head to one of the booths and learn more about it here today at the event. But what we see here on this slide is a mini roadmap of questions we can start asking ourselves about our content. And I need to give a big shout out to our friend Kurt from Wells Fargo, who inspired this slide. If we want to challenge the status quo and reach our full potential, we need a learning agenda. We need to reflect on the present and ask ourselves, what do we wish we knew? And why don't we currently know it? We need to paint a picture of what the future could look like and the greater impact we can make with that information, not only for ourselves, but for our business partners as well. And then we need to map our way to that positive future, thinking about what it's going to take to get there incrementally. And then finally ask ourselves, are we the ones that are going to be willing to be the pioneers to break the bad and challenge the status quo so we can make sure that our content continues to enhance our brand, increase ROI, and build the audiences that we desire? Luckily for us, there's a lot of smart people thinking about how technology is going to make all of this more possible for us to attain. And while we may not have Albert Einstein with us anymore, we're lucky to have Brett, who I'm about to welcome onto stage. And I'm going to pass the mic over to him now to talk a little bit about how our positive future is going to be powered by content intelligence.
Hello, I am definitely not Albert Einstein. I'm Brett Crosley, and I'm the SVP of product here at Notch, and want to talk to you folks today a little bit about the technology space that's in content intelligence and what that looks like and how it's set to help improve things and help us break some of those bad habits. So can kind of jump on into this. So if we look at a hierarchy of kind of the things that you have to have from a technology perspective to actually get content intelligence to do something useful for you, it starts at the beginning. It starts at just raw data collection, right? And so we've got a lot of different types of data that we're going to have to deal with. There's the obvious things around the content itself and sessions, session-related data for people looking at the content, consuming it. There's also data that surrounds the content, such as the metadata itself. Things like word counts for a video length, images, just raw things that have to do with the content. There's a variety of things that we might have to integrate in, such as social engagement data, integrations for demographics and firmographics, and then sentiment data, of course, something that Notch is also known for, and something that we do in addition to pulling in all the other types of data that we work on. So if you think about it, that represents sort of the baseline. But the first place where most people that work in content actually deal with it is at the reporting layer, right? So if we look at that reporting layer, this is reporting, analytics, metrics, data visualizations, et cetera, built on the data. And I've got these drawn as the first two sort of tiers in here, but just by themselves, this is a lot of work, right? So if you were trying to build a content-focused intelligence solution, then you've got a lot that's going on in here to try to understand. But both of these two layers together are really just trying to help you answer the question, what is happening right now, right? That's really what those are trying to do. The next part above that is insight and action. And I'll just talk about insight and action for a minute. So insight and action are supposed to help you understand two things. Why is this happening the way that it's happening? And what should I do now that I know that, right? And you can actually start getting some insight and action just at the reporting layer. So if all you have is reporting, you can start trying to gather insight. But what that means is you're clicking around. You're just clicking in dashboards. You're kind of trying to figure out what data can I see a pattern in and try to understand. So as you move up that hierarchy and kind of imagine these sort of like just as kind of a maturity model, if you move up it, then eventually you get to technology that's designed to help you make the insights without you having to do it yourself, and pointing the way towards the actions that you should take to try to actually achieve something. And so an example there, when Matthew was talking about doctors, you can imagine that a doctor, kind of having that insight that there's something that's better for their patient and them doing it. That means two things. That means they noticed a thing and they noticed it was better for their patient. And so those two things together gave them the insight to get the action, which is, oh, okay, well, I'll start prescribing that course of action now. So moving our way on up, the ladder, we get to finally plan, right? And so the idea behind this, what I mean by plan is, I'm not talking about a content plan. I'm not talking about a way that you plan out, I want to launch pieces of content, I want to do them, but it's more the plan of what you do with the content intelligence. So the idea here is, can you systematically look at what goals you have? Okay, you're trying to increase positive brand perception. What would you change about your content? how would you know what you should change? And so, and how would you know like what to promote, for example, which channels to push it out on to try to achieve the thing that you're looking for? And the reason why I have AI in there, and I know AI is such an asterisk buzzword, right? So everybody's like, oh yeah, the AI will figure it out. So I have a joke there, since Matthew told so many jokes. At a company that I was working at, we actually had a guy whose initials were A and I. That was his first and last initial. And so we would say, oh, well, the AI figures that out. And it was just a guy in the back. But anyways, terrible. So what AI can do for content, though, and what that'll look like. So imagine the point in time where the computer is going to be telling us things like, out of those 5 pieces of content that you most recently created, our algorithm thinks that you should pay to promote item number 3 based on the fact that you care most about a specific conversion click from these pieces of content. Oh, and the AI can't tell you why, it just knows. And so that represents sort of the hierarchy. And this to me represents sort of like the vision of how this is going to flow forward and allow people to correct all of the mistakes. I think a lot of people are still working down at the data layer and at the reporting layer. And we understand, right? The Notch platform wasn't built overnight. And the other tools that are in this space are really, there's a lot of work that goes into it. So what we're thinking is that as insight and action come together, and those things are things that we're already capable of working with today, that as we move kind of up that path, that planning for those outcomes and tying them back together intentionally is going to be the final piece that pulls this together and allows people to not just kind of achieve the business outcomes that are on the left, right? So these are the standard high-level business outcomes that we've got, right? So if you're trying to increase ROI, but build out a specific plan to say, I'm trying to increase ROI. And the way I'm trying to do it is reduce the amount of time that I'm spending on content analytics, or I'm trying to increase the efficiency of a particular type of content that I'm, pushing out and trying to make sure that it's actually more effective. I'm trying to, just throw fewer things at the wall. Like, I think Matthew alluded to the idea of just creating more content to cover up for not knowing what's effective. But being able to plan that out, put the plan into action, and then monitor, did this actually achieve the business metrics that I care about? And that's the sort of the point of view that we have on powered content intelligence through technology here at Notch. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Brett. And yeah, when I think about this, starting at the data layer all the way up through planning, it reminds me of, just having data, transforming it into something that helps us understand our content at a deeper level, using that to become proactive in making things happen, even predicting potential future outcomes, but then operationalizing all of that, right? And actually putting it to work for us. Like, I forget who said it, maybe Onda in the very beginning, but, let the machines do the machine work. Which I think is gonna, help us all get a lot more done in smarter ways in the future. So thank you for outlining that. I'll close this out here with a quick recap with some 5 kind of key takeaway points from the last 20 minutes. Remember, our bad content habits are hurting us, right? They're wasteful, they're holding us back, and we need to stop using technology that wasn't built for content to start understanding it and start challenging ourselves to think about what we wish we knew about our content. And as Brett talked about just now, content intelligence technology is going to be a key part of helping us pioneer that more positive, enlightened future. So with that said, thank you so much. That's all we have for you today. I know time is valuable, so the fact that you chose to be here with us is not something that we take lightly. If you'd like to learn more about content intelligence and our platform, you can visit notch.com or head over to the Notch booth right after this, where you can ask questions. I'll be there hanging out. You can sign up for our bi-weekly demo series of Notch and our platform, and we can chat about our favorite Ben & Jerry's flavors. So thank you so much, and looking forward to chatting with you all soon.
Thank you.
Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Clap along if you feel like
And welcome back to the main stage here at Insight 2021. I want to say thank you to Claudia and Amelia for giving a great story of how Zenovat actually transformed themselves during the pandemic through the use of content and technology. I think it's both kind of a roadmap on how businesses can pivot very quickly if they can bring customers to them through content. And the utilization of technologies like Salesforce to help them do that is fantastic. I'd also like to thank Matt Wesley and Brett Crossley for giving us some insights into how content intelligence can help us break bad habits. Matt, you're right. Your jokes are far more funny in person. And Brett, that was a great shirt you had on. Kid you not. Thing was fantastic. So about to kick off the next session on the main stage. And this is really focused on the business of doing good. And it's with Salesforce.org and our co-founder, Anda. Sam Allen will be joining us. He's the EVP and COO at Salesforce.org. And they're going to be talking about how doing good can be a good thing, especially when you're trying to build a massive business in the nonprofit space and how content can play a key role in that. So I'm quite interested in hearing the discussion. After that, I actually will be rejoining you on the main stage to host a session with two incredible CMOs. And I'll hold their introductions to my session, but I'm very excited to be able to talk to them about how the C-suite looks at content and what they're expecting of their content leaders. So looking forward to all of you rejoining me at that point in time. But with that, I'll turn it over to Anda and Sam to talk more about how doing good how the business of doing good can help you grow your nonprofit business. So Anda and Sam.
Welcome to another great session. Sam, so great to see you again. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. I'm sitting at my brother's house in Denver looking at the Rocky Mountains right now. So
it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Well, you're joining us from your vacation. So thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. We really appreciate it. So Sam, I think I'll actually start with a question about your background because I met you in your previous life when you were still at Salesforce, but on the .com side. But I find your background before that just fascinating. So tell the audience a little bit about that.
Sure. Like a lot of people, I'm not a big fan of talking about myself, but I do have a bit of a unique background. So I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri. Very blue collar, hard work ethic. Went to high school there, grew up there. Got accepted to college, didn't have money to pay for it. So like a lot of folks, so I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps and loved it and felt I would do an entire career with the Marines. Ended up going to college, University of Missouri, getting my degree, and then getting a commission in the Marine Corps as an officer, and then spent the next 6 years as a commissioned officer. A couple of deployments, went to Bosnia Herzegovina, spent some time in the desert. And then in the late 90s, I actually decided to make a pivot. I felt that at that point I had kind of given enough of myself and wanted to invest in my own career. But didn't know what I wanted to do or where I wanted to go. And so I thought San Francisco was a great place because it was green and temperate. I
won't ask you how you feel about San Francisco now.
It's still green and temperate.
Except for when there's fires, but yes.
Yeah. We certainly have our share of challenges, but still an amazing place to be. And started my career in technology. I didn't know the first thing about technology at all. And started a very big company. Spent a couple of years there, then went to a startup, spent 2 years there, loved it, got acquired by Cisco. And so that kind of had this roller coaster career where I'd go big company, small company, big company, small company, and then started my own company. So I was the CEO of my own consumer company for about 5 years. And I founded that with two friends of mine who I met when I was at Wharton getting my MBA. And then about 7 years ago, Salesforce reached out to me. And I really honestly wasn't interested in coming to Salesforce because I felt like it already kind of gone through its IPO and was a quote unquote big company at 15,000 people. And they asked me to come in and run mergers and acquisitions, the integration and operations of those. And I I'm usually the kind of person that when a door opens, I just walk through it because I just want to see what's on the other side. And if I don't like it, I'll go open another door. And so I thought to myself, what's the downside of this, to go join the #1 cloud company in this new cloud environment? And so I came in and did M&A, ended up just loving the culture, loving the company, did 24 acquisitions. And then after 3 years, moved into a new role at Salesforce called the Chief Operating Officer of Marketing. And that's Anda, where you and I met. And loved that job. It was fantastic, and really kind of just managed the business of marketing. We have about $1 billion spend at Salesforce. And so just driving that was just an amazing experience. And then about a year ago, our president, Brett Taylor, reached out to me about joining .org. And I think we're going to talk about the .org background a little bit, but .org is or was facing just some kind of growth challenges because it had been acquired by Salesforce.com. And so, he wanted to put some Salesforce DNA, but also someone who's very mission oriented into the business. And I felt like it was an awesome opportunity for me to jump at that point and come over here to be the COO of .org. And that's kind of the nut of it. So it's been an amazing career journey. Somewhere in there, I got married and had a couple of kids, and so on.
That was the actual story, Sam. That's what I was really asking about. Yeah. I'm so curious for you to tell us, did you ever think you would end up in nonprofit? And how has your perception on nonprofit changed from before Brett approached you about .org?
Right. The short answer is no. I still consider myself, a business person, right? And I'm here to solve business problems and scale businesses and take down problems and lead teams and build high performing teams. And you have to do all those things at a nonprofit. And .org serves both nonprofit and educational institutions. The reason this sounded personally interesting to me was two things have happened in the last few years. One was I joined the board of Habitat for Humanity here in the Bay Area. And most people know that brand. And being on the board has been really compelling for me, to be in the trenches as we, help to solve some home ownership challenges in a place like the Bay Area. The second thing is I was introduced to a nonprofit in Detroit called the Downtown Boxing Gym, which is an at-risk youth program. And I was just really blown away by what this organization is accomplishing on literally a shoestring budget. Mm-hmm. And I look at the budget that large technology companies have and the spend that we do. And what I found was that in both those instances, the value that an executive brings to the table, given the tenure that we have, far outstrips the value that we would have as just a volunteer. And volunteering is super important, and I'm a big supporter of that. But as I worked through this in my head, I realized that I can have a much bigger impact through my capabilities as a business person and my tenure, and applying that to the business problems faced by nonprofits and educational institutions. And so coming to .org, where we have 51,000 nonprofits and educational institutions, has been just an awesome way for me to massively amplify my impact and my leadership in that space. And so I couldn't be happier to be where I am. It's the best of both worlds. I'm able to really apply everything that I've learned to driving this as a business, quote unquote, and still be part of Salesforce, the Salesforce ecosystem, but to be focused on making the world truly a better place. And the last anecdote I'll give you is I tell people that when I was on the .com side, and we're all one company now, but when I was on the .com side, it was great to help businesses change and transform and digitally transform their business. But when you help United Way or Boys and Girls Club of America or the World Health Organization, that just takes it to a whole nother level of impact.
So we called the session The Business of Doing Good because of exactly what you just said. At the end of the day, Salesforce.org is still a business, and you wanted to apply the skills that you learned in the for-profit world to the nonprofit world. Mm-hmm. So tell us a little bit about .org. When you told me that it was acquired by Salesforce, I was kind of shocked because I just thought it's called Salesforce. What do you mean it was acquired by Salesforce? What's the story there?
Yeah, it's actually an incredibly interesting story. .org, when Mark Benioff, our founder, started .com, Salesforce.com, within days he started the Salesforce Foundation. And since its inception, he's believed that the business of business is doing good. And you hear him often talk about the business as the best platform for change. And the way he decided to go forward with .org was he committed 1% of the company's time, 1% of its revenue, and 1% of its equity to .org to basically get it off the ground. But when Salesforce was brand new, it had no revenue. And so instead of revenue as a proxy, we donate product. And so really, if I think about .org in 3 chapters, chapter 1 was its first 12, 13 years where it was a separate legal entity. And it fundamentally just resold Salesforce products to nonprofits and educational institutions. And, it is a business. It does sell the platform to, large nonprofits and large educational institutions, but also donates quite a bit. So small nonprofits are eligible for free licenses and free software. And so we do both. We sell to larger institutions and we provide software platform for free. Chapter 2 was .org understanding that they're really in 2 different industries. And the educational industry and the nonprofit industry is just like any other industry, financial services or manufacturing or travel, that they really need bespoke capabilities for their industry. Mm-hmm. So the .org team started to innovate on top of the Salesforce platform and architect bespoke products and solutions for those industries. And that took it to chapter 3. And chapter 3 was about 2 years ago when .com acquired .org. So Salesforce.org with that brand is now an operating unit within the Salesforce.com company. And we operate just like any other operating unit inside the business, with the caveat that we are what we call the social impact center of Salesforce. And so Salesforce right now is 60,000 employees. Mm-hmm. And pretty much the number one reason why those 60,000 people work here is because of the work .org does and our mission orientation. So it's very much the DNA of the company. It's the reason why a lot of us are here. But then Salesforce did acquire it. And so we are now, again, an operating unit inside the business. And we run it just like any other operating unit. We have, very strong KPIs that we manage to, but we also still keep our mission. And last year, we donated $1.5 billion of product and services across the globe. And that's not a cumulative number. That's repeated every year. And we're growing at about 20%. And so this year, we hope to broach $1.8 billion in donated products. So it's effectively, when you add our business to it, north of a $2 billion business.
Because that's what you donate, but you're also making real revenue, like the sort of revenue that any software startup would kill for.
Yeah, I mean, I can't divulge numbers, but if .org was a for-profit enterprise on its own, it'd be a unicorn. It'd be a multi-billion dollar.
For sure.
It's a machine. It's growing very fast, and that's at discounted values because we still believe in helping those who need help.
Of course, yeah, that's fascinating. So, I want to get into a more interesting question that you sort of hinted at when we were prepping for this, which is the tension between doing business and doing good. Mm-hmm. So Salesforce is obviously famous for saying the business of business is doing good. But tell us a little bit about the tension and what your role is in trying to kind of build a bridge between the two sides of that sentence.
Yeah, what I found when I came here, and I was a bit surprised by it, was there was this undercurrent of conversation about how in order to drive business outcomes, you're doing it at the expense of impact. Mm. And I didn't then, and I don't now understand it when someone tells me that. And what I have been responding to people when that is brought up to me, and we've done a really great job of pivoting that culturally across .org, is that I find them very symbiotic. The more performance we have on the business side, the more impact we can drive on the social good side. Mm. The more social good that we do, the better our brand is going to be, and all that great top of funnel goodness that we can create by storytelling will feed into the business side. And so they are very much mutually supporting. And so when I come up against someone either in Salesforce or anywhere else who says, well, I prefer to give back and have impact as opposed to growth. And I'm like, well, but growth drives impact and impact drives growth. And if you have that mindset, it actually removes this friction of, when I make a business decision, am I doing it at the expense of one or the other? I'm making business decisions that support both, because they are very mutually supporting. And it is hard when folks spend their entire career in a nonprofit sector, or even in the education space. They don't think about business, right? They don't think about driving those types of outcomes. But as I said, I sit on the board of a nonprofit, and the board meetings look just like any other for-profit
Mhm.
enterprise. We struggle with the same, issues that any for-profit enterprise does. We just, at the end of the day, our number one, metric isn't revenue. It's growth of our ability to support our constituents. But it's the same business problems.
So tell me a little bit about how you guys think about marketing in the context of that growth. And obviously, as I'm passionate about content. I know you are passionate about content. Marketing reports into you, from what I understand, at .org today. And you guys have just incredible stories to tell. So how do you guys think about using these mechanisms to drive growth? And part two of that question is, are you making investments in marketing / storytelling to drive just for-profit growth or revenue growth, or to drive overall adoption of Salesforce products through .org?
Sure. So I think an opportunity that we have is that we do have amazing stories, and the impact that we have on these large multinational, even or small, like the downtown boxing gym,
Yep.
and the ability for those organizations to drive growth with their constituents is pretty amazing. But it kind of is inside of our own echo chamber. And when I came over here a year ago, I was surprised to see the number of amazing stories that could be told about the work that .org does to help make the world a better place, that we know internally, but they're not getting trumpeted outside the four walls of the company. And you want to talk about great content. These stories are just amazing. And so for me, marketing does report into me along with some other functions. I want to really take those stories and I want to drive them to drive amplification of what we do, which will then, of course, support our mission, and will support revenue growth and all that. But I don't want to do that willy-nilly. And part of the challenge we've had is that we take a single story and just kind of put it out there on the PR wire and maybe put some amplification behind it, and then it dies down, and we take the next story. They're not tied together, and they're not tied to some themes. And so what we need to do now is actually drive a thematic strategy around those stories, and then find the stories that support those different themes. And you can't have 10 themes, right? We want to have maybe 3. And we're in the midst of doing that now. It's like, what are the top 3 themes that we need at salesforce.org? How do we then tie all these different stories for both nonprofit and education into that? And then what's going to be amazing is, how do we then tie that into the .com machine, into the Mark Benioff machine? And that's an amazing kind of next step for us that we need to go take down.
I'm curious, as you're thinking about the lessons you learned on the .com side. I know that on the .com side, you guys have been talking about the content revolution for quite some time. And we met through Christina Jones, who was running customer marketing on the .com side and is now your chief engagement officer on .org. What have you guys learned from the experiments on the .com side, or the investments, and what are you going to take and use at .org?
Well, the first thing is tying this all together vertically through the funnel, which I just talked about, right? Starting with themes and tying everything back down to individual product and solution campaigns. So that's the first thing we learned that we put in place. And it was a big coup to bring Christina over. She's absolutely amazing, and she's coming here to do just that, to drive this entire kind of thematic strategy. The second thing is when I engaged with you last time at this conference, we talked a lot about changing the voice and speaking in a more human tone, and speaking in a tone of voice that the constituents want to hear, like speaking their language. And as I said earlier, both nonprofit and education have very specific industry language. We need to speak that kind of a language, and speak with them, not speak to them. And so the second big lesson learned for me that we want to apply to .org is not just the content and the stories themselves, but how they're told and how we amplify them, and the different levers that we're going to use to do that.
That makes sense. Thank you, Sam. As you guys think about, the return to the world, the previous world, you were saying before the session personally that you were excited about coming to New York and speaking at one of our events soon in person. We obviously know Salesforce.com, but I think .org as well. It's a massive event machine. That's where you guys were putting so much of your investment, brought your community together, et cetera. How are you guys thinking about that transition over the next kind of couple of years?
Yeah, I think we want to be a leader, but we want to be cautious. We announced recently that we're going to have Dreamforce this year, but it's not going to be the Dreamforce that we all know and love. It's going to be smaller regional events with a very small set of people that will physically attend, but will be massive podcast. And so we haven't announced yet where those locations will be, but there'll be multiple ones across the globe. And we'll provide speaking opportunities and deliver content at each one of those sites. And then, of course, broadcast it all over the net. And so I think we are very much an event-driven organization. We just yesterday had our higher education summit. We're lucky enough to have former First Lady Michelle Obama come. Christina actually got to interview her, which was great.
Yeah, no, I saw. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
So, we want to continue to drive this combination of in presence and on the platform. And I do recognize that folks including myself, are Zoom fatigued. And so we've got to figure out what this right combination is between physically being there and attending, which I think you get a lot of energy from, and then actually delivering the content in a way that makes the most sense and can be on demand.
So it's time to wrap, and I have one last question for you.
Sure.
You're not a marketer by training, but over the last 5-6 years, you've gotten closer and closer to marketing, and you're now a proponent for storytelling, which I think says a lot, coming from a business-minded person like yourself. For all the content leaders and storytellers who are listening to this, what's your advice as someone who thinks business first in terms of what they should be thinking about when it comes to their careers?
Well, I think there's always a way through when you represent the customer. And too often people get wrapped in their own echo chamber. And talk to your customers and what do they want to hear from you? How do they want to see you as helping them in their success? And what you're not going to get back is a bunch of white paper jargon, right? You're going to get back, tell me how you can help me be successful so I can help my customers and my constituents be successful, and do it in a way that makes sense and is intuitive. And that's why I believe in storytelling. I believe in it just because I like stories, but also because it makes for better business outcomes. And so I think taking that customer first lens is something that Salesforce has always done. And I can't recommend that enough to anybody. You should always think about, what does our customer think when you're tackling these problems.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us, and have fun on the rest of your vacation.
Okay, thanks for having me. It's wonderful. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Baby, moving tight. We'll go dancing tomorrow night. It's cold out there, but it's warm in bed. They can dance. We'll stay home and stay.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome. Hi, Carla. Hi, Vineet. Nice seeing you.
Hi, nice to see you too.
I want to share all the backstage chatter on the dancing before we get for the folks in the audience. There's a whole backstage channel that we have that we've been getting a lot of great feedback on the music. So hope everybody's been enjoying it as much as we have. Just before I transition from being MC to being part of a session, I'd just like to thank Anda and Sam for a great session prior. Sam, you've got an extraordinarily interesting background, and I love your perspective on marketing from a business perspective, especially in Salesforce.org, where your mission is a bit different. So very interesting. Thank you very much for the feedback. Now I'm going to make the transition from from MC to panelist, which I've been excited to do all day, so I can get off a script and just have a little bit of interaction with other human beings. So first of all, let me just introduce my guest. Carla San is the CMO at Citi. I'll let her give a little bit more on her company and the background and some additional information on out of the first question I give her. And then Vineet Mara is from Good Eggs. And what I can tell you about the two organizations that I'm speaking to today is they couldn't be more different in terms of scale, right? I think, Citi is one of the largest organizations in the world. Good Eggs is emerging as a very strong player, but a very, I'd call them high growth, small enterprise right now. And I'll let Vinny kind of give you some perspective on that. We've discussed a lot of topics here today, and I've been fortunate enough to listen to all of them. But one we really haven't talked about, and I think I'd like to lead with questions for both of you, is Carla. Tell us a little bit more about Citi, but I'd just like to have somebody define what they think content is at Citi to get us kicked off. So I'll start with you, Carla, and then feel free to jump in right behind her with the same kind of question.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for the invitation to be here, and I'm excited to share this stage with you and with Vineet. I think if the music conversation early on was any indication, it's going to be a lot of fun. So I mean, let's start with that question. What is content? I mean, look, content. It's so hard to define, right? Because it's such a broad concept. It really could be, anything from a 2-minute, video, a 10-minute documentary about, a certain topic. It could be 7 seconds of something. It could be, quite frankly, an emoji on the, headline of an email. I mean, there's so much that defines content. And I think as we think about it, at Citi, it really is all of those things. But I think regardless of what it is, we always start with what is our objective. And I think from there, then we kind of define what kind of content needs to live in what kind of place. And it's got to deliver value to the audience. I mean, the conversation just before that was like, start with who your client is, start with who your customer is. And I think for us at Citi, there are several clients and several different customers, whether it's the institutional business, whether it's, our consumer business, or quite frankly, whether it's corporate who is talking to a totally different audience in some cases. And the content really needs to be different for each of those different constituents, depending on what exactly we're looking to do. So I think that, from that perspective, it really is a wide range and very hard to kind of pinpoint and define as only one thing. I see content as, everything from, like I said, the smallest minutia to really the biggest things, all with driving intention to drive value and to build the brand and drive the business.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic answer. Vineet, who is Chief Growth Officer and Customer Experience Officer at Good Eggs, while you're a different scale company, it'd be interesting to get your perspective on what content is and how you guys view it.
Yeah, sounds good. And first of all, you guys need to change your music content to Kendrick Lamar or something like that in this conference. But yeah, I mean, look, I very much agree with Carla. To me, content, said very simply, is pretty much anything that tells the story of your brand. And that's really it. I mean, that can be at the very top of the funnel to some of the stuff Carla was talking about, from, branded entertainment and programming down to like hardcore converting direct response to lifecycle messaging. So to me, it's really anything that tells the story of your brand. And as content explodes, there's good content and bad content. Good content does what it's supposed to do, and it's part of the funnel. And bad content does nothing, essentially. And so I think it really is that simple. And I think probably one of the core parts in the role of a marketer today is to know how to produce great content at scale with a clear job to be done in the funnel. And if you can master that, your business is going to do all right.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right that it is a whole host of things. And I think, to the title of our session, how does the C-suite, what does the C-suite expect from content? I think it's hard for them, right? But with so many things that can touch so many pieces of the business, it makes it very difficult for somebody that's not intimately involved with content to really understand, is it impacting the business? What value are we getting out of it? Are we spending too much money on it? So, as CMOs and C-level executives, Vineet, we'll start with you. What kind of expectations do you try to place on your content team so they know they're doing the right job and giving you what you need from the content being created?
Yeah, I think first of all, like, we shouldn't overcomplicate this. I mean, content ultimately is today's form of how to get your story out in the world. And I think the questions you're asking around measurement and all of that are, age-long questions in what we all as marketers do. I think, the way I talk about content with my teams, I use a term internally and I call it performance storytelling. And essentially what that means is all the way from the very top of the funnel, where the goal of the stories you tell there from a performance standpoint might be to drive attention or awareness, down to direct response content, where the goal there is, conversion at a certain customer acquisition cost, right? You go right down to that level. I think essentially my expectations on the team are, through a suite of content and a content strategy, drive performance. And then the nuance there is recognizing that different types of content in different parts of the funnel and through different channels is meant to do different things. You can't also measure all content the same way. You've got to measure it for the purpose, as Carla was saying earlier, it was intended to do. And I think where things get messy is when we try to paint all content with one brush.
Right.
I think it's really incumbent on the team to be thoughtful with their funnel, the content strategy to feed that funnel, the metrics that are going to define success at each part of that, and go from there. And so I call that performance storytelling in all the organizations. Or anyone that's worked for me has probably heard that term 1,000 times. Tell stories that perform the way they're supposed to.
Yeah,
can I just build on that a little bit?
Please.
The words I use, it's so funny, we're kindred spirits from that perspective. The word I use with my team all the time is branded performance. I actually like, and it's so interesting to me because I do think, I think you're, I think what happened for years and years and years is people felt like the same content would actually do different things. And that's the kiss of death, right? The same content will not do different things. You have to have bespoke content based on what the objectives are, as Vineet said. But I find it really, found it really interesting over the last 5 years as we've 5 to 10 years, as we've introduced this notion of performance marketing, that the pendulum has swung to everything needs to be performance marketing. And as a result of that, if it's not by definition, it doesn't tell a story of the brand or doesn't further the story of the brand, or it's brand marketing. And by definition, then it doesn't drive performance of the business. And I think this notion, Vineet, back to your point, that, everything has, the sort of responsibility of, it has a number one objective, right? Either it drives awareness or it drives preference or it drives whatever it is, loyalty, et cetera, or it drives really low in the funnel an acquisition, or it drives conversion of some sort. And I think that, having said that, I don't think that just because you're putting out an email or because you're putting out an offer or whatever that's at the lowest part of the funnel, that means it doesn't have an ability to tell the brand story. And so I do think that, when you think about content that way, it forces you to not just think about, content in the form of an offer versus, how do I give that offer, but do it in a way that actually is, through the voice of the brand. So I think that's really interesting that you call, it's a different take on it a little bit, but it's funny that you were coining the same, the phrase a little bit differently than I did, but saying the same thing.
Yeah, it is quite interesting, and it's interesting that organizations at two separate ends of the scale view what they're trying to do across I'd call a whole host of outcomes, which is what we would call them here at Notch. Trying to deliver across all of those simultaneously. I'm just curious, and kind of just to give the folks just listening, kind of the size and shape and scale of each of your teams. So, Carla, I'm sure yours is massive, so I'll let you go first. Not to make yours feel smaller, but I know it's going to be. So.
No. I mean, specifically the content teams. I mean, I couldn't tell you that we have a specific content team, because I actually think that there are people that major in, storytelling. And so they've got, the A on telling a 30-second story, or a 7-second story, or a 2-minute story, or doing something, writing an op-ed piece, or writing an article for our Life and Money Hub. And that's their sort of primary job. But there are so many others that are creating content on a daily basis. So I would almost say, and I hate to feel like I'm shirking responsibility of answering the question, but the reality is that, a lot of the team is content marketers. If you think even about our insights team, they are producing white papers, they're producing research, they are producing, insights that go to our our media partners in some cases, and say, hey, listen, here's what we're learning. What do you know? What, can we leverage this in something that you're doing? So we've got, for example, we'll do a lot of work with, I'll make it up, The Atlantic, right? And it's not just the work that the content that they're producing, but it's also content that we have that is not kind of your sort of typical content as in a story, but it's, information that we have, that we've created, that's proprietary to us, that we also can feed them to develop a bigger and larger story. So I would tell you that, for all intents and purposes, I would say, whether producing internal content or external content for the different constituents we have, I would tell you that there are, almost everybody on our team is a content producer.
Yeah, I love the fact you make it, you bring internal and external content together, because I think people forget that all the time. I think everybody always thinks it's always externally facing, but a lot of times you're talking to your own organization, or you're talking to your shareholders, or it's not always marketing to somebody. So I think you make a great point. Same kind of question to you.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of my story. I went from $140 billion and leading an organization like that to 100 million now in one city. So it's definitely a different scale. And I'm proud to say the first role I hired in the organization was a creative and content director. And the first technology I invested in, as a shameless plug, was a Notch to start to measure how we put this stuff out in the world and create a culture of analytics. And the reason, to Carlos' point, is simple. Like, while everyone in the organization creates content, I think this move to in-housing and being able to sort of create as much of that content from within as possible is, I think, a very real movement. It doesn't mean you don't have supplemental content partners outside of that. Of course you do. But I think you do need a role, and that's why I've kind of put it at the very foundation of this small company we're now starting to grow, of a creative content director, because you do want someone who acts as the north, the person through which all content ultimately flows. Think of it like a magazine editor, right? I mean, nothing's getting put into a magazine, whether it's an online publication or a physical publication, unless an editor says this meets the overall kind of guidelines and story we want to tell. And so while content is absolutely distributed, to Carlos' point, I think it is really important, as we proliferate content, that we keep that north very strong, and we almost look at ourselves as publishers, all of us that tell stories, and approach it in that way with the right tools to ensure that it's working at the same time.
Yeah, I love that way of thinking yourself as a publisher. I mean, obviously, we've all gone outside of our organizations to publishers, but the more and more content we bring in to kind of bring customers to us, I think it's a critical way to think.
Well, I also think it's a necessity, because there's so much content needs to be produced at this point, right? So it's just, again, the days of, I mean, I don't know, they've been long gone. The days of you make a 30-second ad and that's it, right? And that's how the world knows you. I mean, there's so many more touch points now, and for us, particularly in our industry, and I know for you as well, regardless of size of business, people have opted into our brand. People have said, "Yep, I'm allowing you to market to me. I'm allowing you to sort of enter my life, if you will." And be a part of my life. And so from that perspective, we have to think about how we create bespoke content almost for them, or clusters of them, if you will, right? As we think about who the personas are and who the customers are. And so from a segmentation standpoint, but, it becomes really important that the amount of content that we have to churn out, it's never enough. And B, I think Vineet said it, it's never always perfect. And so, in a constant state of learning, we'll be able to say, yep, that doesn't work well. Let's optimize. Let's do something different. Let's understand how it's working in real time. And then from there, you can say, okay, maybe tweak a few things, or maybe dump it all together, or wow, this is working really well, double down on this. And so, but it's got to be constant, and the amount of content is just sometimes unmanageable, which is why I think, Vineet, to your point, having, people in any organization that are the folks that kind of either create the guidelines or see most things or see everything, I think becomes really, really important to make sure that the message of the brand is consistent, regardless of where the message or the content is placed.
Yeah, excellent. I since Vineet gave us a shameless plug, I'm gonna not give us a shameless plug, but I am gonna ask a question that'll be leading. And I'll start with you, Carla. Carla, so when you think about the kind of measuring your content, right? The whole conversation is about content intelligence, and the focus of that is really helping you kind of strategize and optimize the content you're putting into market. What kind of measurements and role has content intelligence played in your organization, and what kind of I'll call it intrinsic value or specific values do you think you're getting from it?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. And I think, when I think about the measurement of content marketing, it's relatively new compared with, with other digital marketing tactics. And I think there's no one standardization of measurement. And when I think about conversions, they're pretty, they can be difficult to attribute. And I think you think about the measurement tools, they really vary. And so for us, it's starting with a framework for content measurement that really, back to what Vineet was talking about, allows our teams to set their goals, to optimize content, to ensure each of the different business objectives are met. That's kind of, I think, first and foremost, because what we're always trying to do is understanding what can the content deliver for us, whether it's awareness, preference, conversion, whatever it is, wherever in the funnel it is. And I think when we think about the metrics, for us, they're really measuring, in a lot of cases, brand preference or awareness. And so we're administering surveys. We've got other studies with our website, visitors. We've, to assess the impact of the content. I think that, can show us how, and measure sort of the overall site, and specific campaign executions. And so there's a lot of things that we can do, engagement metrics. They'll tell us if, content sparks interest, if it holds attention, if it prompts action, and those things are really, really important to us. So leveraging sort of a wide range of indicators to assess holistically, is our content sticky? Is our content readable? Is it shareable? And I think that's really, really important as we think about each of the different kind of objectives based on, on what we want the content to do. And so, I don't know if you're going to ask me this question, but I'll tell you, from my perspective, as it relates to Notch and how, Notch has helped us play into the content strategy. I think, we are leveraging Notch for both our owned as well as our paid channels. And I think what that has really helped us do is provide some sort of a unified measurement of our digital content that allows us and gives us actionable insights that enable us to then kind of say, how do we enhance the quality of and the impact of our content? And so there's a lot of things that we're doing. We've got our Life and Money site, and we work with Notch from that perspective. From a paid standpoint, we've really leveraged Notch to assess all of our branded content across different publishers. So we're looking both internally at the stuff that we own and externally at the stuff that we are, paying for, and really understanding how is that content delivering on the different KPIs that we have within the framework that we've created.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to ask you, but I do appreciate it. but I do appreciate it.
We use, so I have to, I have to talk about it.
No, absolutely. No. And I think, if we were to sit down and, had a planning session, that's probably the things we tell you we want to do. Now, Vinny, I know you're a bit newer to Notch, right? It would be great for you to share just a bit about maybe advice on getting started and how to plan the implementation and to make sure you get the most out of a technology like ours.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have the benefit of still being in startup mode. We just raised $100 million as part of our Series C. So I've got the great opportunity of being able to implement a tool like this, like Notch, before we start proliferating and exploding the content of our business. And so, anyone who has the opportunity, given the importance of that content is going to play and the explosion it's going to play in terms of the storytelling of your brand, the earlier you can get in to the habit of measuring what you put out in the world, frankly, the quicker your content is going to get more effective and perform better. And so I think that's one of the keys. And then I think the second place is you've got to have a clear ownership of a tool like this in your organization. And these are tough conversations, right? Does it belong in your analytics team? Does it belong in actually your content team? As Carlos said, as I said, content is distributed. So at least in our case, obviously we're infinitely smaller than Citi, but we, I left the ownership of that tool into my content and creative team because I want them to be accountable for the outcomes of the work that they create. And again, that's going to be a different answer. So for different companies, but at least for me, I think it's get in as early as you can on your content journey in implementing measurement best practices with tools. And obviously Notch is an amazing player in the space. And then secondarily, get clear ownership, because what happens with a lot of these tools is they get stuck somewhere in your organization amongst 30 other tools you have for measurement. And it sometimes sees the light of day, it sometimes doesn't, sometimes it gets like parsed into 5 different pieces. So I think you've got to, as a leader, create a place and a space where someone owns it and you're dedicating time to talking about how the content is performing and not letting it get lost in the shuffle of what I'd say are more established, measurement and outcome tools and practices.
I also love, Vineet, that you're having me think about something, because I love that you have placed it with the content and creative team. Again, back to sort of this thing we were talking about earlier around branded performance or performance, storytelling. This idea that it doesn't bifurcate. Just because you're over here in a mostly creative function doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a very clear sense of measurement and the numbers and the data and how that stuff is, so it's not left to somebody else. I think that's really, really powerful.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I mean, my background actually, I grew up in business intelligence, and we knew we were always successful when we got the tools in the hands of the business people who would impact it. So I think it's the same with content, right? We only have just a couple more minutes here. I do have just one of those word of advice questions, which people like me always love ending the sessions with the word of advice. If you had to give a CMO advice on not managing down to their content leader, but managing up to the rest of the C-suite, what would you tell them about making sure that people understand the value of content?
Well, I mean, I think it's a very good question. I think for me, it goes back to starting with what are the objectives in the company? What are the business objectives, not just the marketing objectives? I would say, be curious about what the broader issues are that you're trying to tackle from a business perspective, that your CEO is trying to tackle, that other folks in the organization are trying to solve for. And then think about the role that content can play in helping them achieve those objectives and speak, their language. I think the more that we keep things like content or any other things that we do as marketers sitting to the side and not embedded into the business and not embedded into solving the overall business issues, the more people won't understand it. And so I think and then use the data. The reality is that we have data now. We have the tools that say, here is what the content is doing, right? It's some of the work that you guys do for us. You help us assess the viability and the strength of the content that we put out there and its impact to the business. Use that data, right? Like take the emotion out of it and take the subjectivity out of it, and use objectivity with folks that may be skeptical of the work, and see content as fluffy stuff, right? Oh, that's not over there. I don't know the full impact, right? And I think the more you can use the data and take the emotion out of it, and solve for the bigger business issues, the better I think you are.
Yeah, great advice. Neat.
Yeah, look, it's I think this is part of a broader issue, which is I think the word marketing itself needs a marketing campaign, right? Like everyone is after everyone, shortest tenures in the C-suite, et cetera. And I think the best thing that a CMO or a chief growth officer, a chief customer officer, there's 100 names for what we do now, can do is just act like a CFO, put on that hat, recognize that we're in the business of doing two things, delighting our customers and generating return while we do that. And I think the best advice that I give is just, be the CFO of your customer in a way, put your content out there, but equally, as Carla said, measure and be clear on what everything's supposed to do. And I think that gains you a lot of credibility in the C-suite. It's those marketers or CMOs in the C-suite that kind of talk about, I think it's working, and, can't really explain it, that get in a lot of trouble at those tables. And frankly, rightfully so, because pretty much every other function is held accountable to such strict guideposts and standards that I think it's only fair that we as a community of marketers get held to the same standards. So that'd be my advice.
And the data's there. So it's not, like back in the day, I think it was easy to say, well, I think, and maybe there are long-term, and by the way, there are long-term impacts of, the more consistent you are about telling the story about your brand, over time, we talk about them all, the Apples of the world, the Nikes of the world. There's a reason for that, right? Their stories are consistent. They build on each other time and time again, but the data's there now to be able to tell us, are these things impactful or not? And I think arm yourself with that data, go in. And by the way, the flip is also, I think, important, which is when it doesn't work, it's okay to say it doesn't work. Like that's, I think, a part of the problem, I think, sometimes with marketers is we are always wanting to show that things work. And the reality is we're putting so much content out there. It is impossible for all of it to be firing on all cylinders every single time. So I think the more transparent we can be with the data that we have that says this stuff works, this stuff doesn't work, we're going to pivot to do more of this, we're going to do less of that. I think you gain credibility when you admit and acknowledge that you also have made mistakes. Not everything you do out there is going to be perfect. So,
yeah, and I think that's a great note to end on, because I'm going to use all the advice I just got from both of you when I speak to Anda next time. So I appreciate that. I do agree. I think in my 20 plus years of doing this, we've gone from sort of gut feel to there's data, and I think it's in every aspect. So I think you guys both provided beautiful clarity on sort of the whole idea of what content is, what it should do, how it should be measured, and how it should be communicated. Which I think is, if you can do those things, you can be successful in virtually any business. So again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you guys joining us today. Carla, thank you. Vineet, thank you. And I look forward to seeing the replay of the video so I can learn even more, because I had to ask questions, not just listen. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Nice to see you, Carla.
Nice to see you too. Bye, Neat. Bye, Ben.
Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh!
Hello, everyone. Before I get started back with my MC duties, I want to thank my two panelists, Carla Hassan, who's the CMO at Citi, and Vineet Mehra, who is the Chief Growth and Customer Experience Officer at GoodEggs, for a fantastic session on communicating in C-suite to your content leaders. A lot of great information was shared. So if you missed it, I certainly hope you get an opportunity to go back and see our replay. I'm very excited, although it's the last session of the day. It's one I've been looking for all day. The next session is being done with probably one of the best known organizations in marketing, the Effies. For those of you who don't know what the Effie Awards are, they're awards for effectiveness in marketing, which to me says everything you need to know. A lot of creativity awards and those types of things get given, but really the effectiveness of marketing is what matters. And we've got a fantastic panel who are going to speak to us today about MasterCard's World Pride Initiative from 2019 and their continued commitment to inclusion and acceptance. Tracy Alford, who is actually the global CEO at FE Worldwide, will be joining us. Cheryl Gerwin, who's the EVP of North American Marketing and Communications at MasterCard. Pierre Lipton, Global Executive and Creative Director at McCain, as well as Lucas Kriegler, Associate Creative Director at McCain. Looking very much forward to hearing the story. And for those of you who get an opportunity, check out the FE Awards and learn more. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Tracy, and the rest of your team.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Ben. I'm super excited to be here today to share with you this amazing piece of work that the MasterCard and McCann team have done for you. For those who are less familiar, I know Ben gave you a little bit of an outline, but we are a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to lead, inspire, and champion the practice and the practitioner of marketing effectiveness. And when we talk about marketing, that includes everybody, whether you're a coder, a strategy person, a creative person, client side, agency side. We're truly global. We're in over 125 countries across the world. We talk to around 10,000 senior marketing individuals across the world every single year. And we have a database of around 10,000 cases. So as Ben said, we're primarily known for our awards, but we take those cases, we analyze them, and we put them into educational programs to ensure that you and everyone in the industry keeps on top of what is effective and what is relevant. Something that is rooted core in our beliefs, more than anything, that effectiveness it isn't just an outcome. It isn't just something that you look at once a year. It's an everyday occurrence. And the case that you're going to dive into today is an absolute brilliant example of what that means to think through not just tangible results, but fundamental change on a daily basis. So everyone's very, very familiar with MasterCard. It's a global brand, but from our perspective, it has won 85 awards across 22 countries. If we run back 10 years ago, Brand Z had its value as 7 billion. It's now worth 70 billion. So it has some amazing hardcore metrics, but also it has been fundamental in some amazing changes, which the team will share. At Effie, we believe in diversity, but we believe in the concept of team. And the McCann team has been in partnership with the MasterCard team for a number of years. They too have done wonderfully well with us here at the Effies. For the last 3 years, they have been #1 network agency for the last 3 years. In addition to that, to give a call out to the New York office, last year they were the most effective agency in the United States in terms of offices. So congratulations to both teams. I'm not going to spend any more time on that, but I would like to bring onto the stage 3 amazing people who have brought this case to life. So if I could please introduce
Cheryl Groen, who's the Executive Vice President of North American Marketing and Communications. She's responsible for driving brand preference and reputation for MasterCard across the United States and Canada. Welcome, Cheryl. We also have Pierre Lipton, joined from McCann, New York in 2017 as the Global Executive Creative Director. Since then, he's produced award-winning work for the agency, including True Name and Acceptance Street for MasterCard, which you're going to see, and he oversees creative for MasterCard globally. And then certainly, last but absolutely not least, Lucas Kriegler. He's an Associate Creative Director at McCann, New York. Lucas is responsible for assisting in creative direction on a number of projects throughout the agency, and as well as supervising many teams. This particular case, he holds very close to his heart. And I'm not going to steal your storm, Lucas, because I think you're going to share an amazing story, which has produced amazing results and amazing change. So I'm now going to hand it over to the MasterCard McCann team to take us through this amazing piece of work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I thought we would start by actually sharing the case study of True Name to ground us in the work, and then we'll tell you the story behind it all.
So I handed him my credit card.
Look down, look back up at me.
Oh wait, so you're really a girl?
If we see you again, we're basically gonna kick your ass. My friends were like, the guy has a knife.
Then I was like really paranoid about it, and it really fucked me up.
MasterCard will now allow transgender people to use their chosen names on credit cards.
In an effort to fight discrimination, the company is introducing the True Name card.
That means the name on the credit card owned by a transgender person may be different than what's on their birth certificate or driver's license.
We said we're going to go out and announce this anyway and show them the impact that this would actually have.
Look there and be like, oh, that's me. That's Nolan. That's like who I am.
Great, thank you so much. So in telling the story behind True Name, it's really important that we start with a bit of the story of Lucas.
Right, thank you, Pierre, and thank you, Tracy. I will say, as Tracy mentioned, this has been probably one of the most meaningful and important campaigns I've personally ever worked on. Because as you know, my name is Lucas, but it hasn't always been Lucas. You see, since I was a young child, I always knew that I was born in the wrong body. But it wasn't until several years later, even a couple decades, that I found the courage to start my full transition into my most authentic self. So here on the right, you have what I look like today, obviously. And then on the left is only a couple months into my transition in 2017 when I first joined the team at McCann. As you can see, I wasn't fully passing, as we say, as a male. I was kind of in between from an outside perspective, so it was hard to kind of pinpoint which gender I was. And it caused a lot of anxiety in certain situations, especially in this one specific moment and experience that I had in the heart of Manhattan during my lunch break, and this is where the story of True Name actually originated. I went down to a restaurant to order a sandwich, and being Manhattan and middle of lunch break, it was extremely packed in the restaurant. I went up to the counter. I used my bank card to order my sandwich. I got shuffled down a line, and I started realizing that they're calling the names on the cards over the loudspeaker to come pick up the sandwiches. And of course, my heart dropped. I hadn't legally changed my name, and they started announcing my old name over and over again for everyone to hear. And I just curled up into a ball. I felt like a spotlight was on me. My heart dropped, and I was immediately outed in this public setting, and it was terrifying. It was mortifying. So I grabbed my sandwich, I left, and I never stepped foot in that restaurant again. Totally embarrassed. But I thought, if this is happening to me in the middle of Manhattan, I can't imagine what it's like for other people in different areas of the world, different trans people in different areas of the world that aren't as accepting as Manhattan. We're up against discrimination, harassment, denial of service, and even obviously some circumstances, unfortunately, physical violence. There's a lot of hate against us. So I knew something had to be done, and I got back to my desk, and I happened to be working on the MasterCard Pride campaign at the time, and I thought, maybe what does MasterCard have access to that millions upon millions of people have in their wallet every day, and that's their debit and credit cards. So sure enough, some people might even ask, why don't you just change your name? Why don't you just walk into the courthouse and change your name? And the simple answer is that it's not so simple. Even in New York, we have to go to a therapist and be diagnosed with a disorder, gender dysphoria, a mental illness. We also have to print our name in a newspaper publicly announcing that we're changing our name. And then also, there's the financial burden. For a lot of us, we've been disowned by our families and are trying to make ends meet, so that's not necessarily a possibility for a lot of us. So, but no matter how hard this process is, we thought, we can do something about this. MasterCard, is going to change these, make a change on the simplest thing. It's the debit and credit card in our wallets, right? So, and this is something that, we can help trans people who maybe didn't have the means to go through this grueling process by using their cards. So we love this idea. We thought, okay, we're approving of it internally, but how do we sell it through to the client? What's the next step? So we hit the ground running. We took a film crew down to Manhattan in the middle of Pride in 2018. And we interviewed trans and non-binary people. We got all of their reactions. We asked them, what their experiences were using a card with the wrong name on it. And sure enough, it's very similar to mine. We were using cash and using Venmo and avoiding the situations altogether. But then, when we presented this solution, True Name, they lit up. It was beautiful and very validating in my experience and lovely to see. So we put all this into a case study video, and then we presented it to Cheryl.
Yeah, and we did a full case study video. We even, designed a prototype of what the card could look like, and these rich interviews were wonderful. It was really impossible not to see it and be moved and to understand perspective that many of us don't have. So when we brought it to Cheryl, she saw the video, she watched it. I mean, a second after it ended, she said, "We have to do this." There's no hesitation. It was full on right from the get-go.
So thank you, Lucas. Your story continues to move us all and inspire us to be better. And Pierre as well for bringing this wonderful idea, both of you, to us. So here's the reality. When you get an idea like this, what do? When you find out there's a pain point that somebody's having with your product, what would you do about it? And here's the truth. MasterCard is a company, a global one, with decency at its core. It's who we are. Diversity and inclusion is literally embedded in the culture of who we are, how we act, how we behave, and how we look at everything at the company. And we have a mantra. It's called "Doing well, while doing good." And what that means is a fundamental belief that if you do the right thing and you do good things for people and you have an impact on their lives, that will do good as a company. And this is what we're all about. And so this became a really, an easy yes for me instantaneously when I saw this. Then the work had to be done to figure out, how do we actually do this? Now, there's one other thing that's really important here is the backstory a little bit about our brand. So already back in 2018, we had said brands need to rethink what they're doing, right? The expectations from consumers is that we're having a meaningful impact on people and society. And so we made a little word switch to our tagline that changed behaviors in how we go to market with our marketing. And those words are these: start something priceless. What this means is there has to be a start. There has to be an action. It's not just about saying anymore, it's about doing. And this true name idea, really struck a chord with us that we can actually make an impact. And the brief that Lucas and Pierre got from us said, we have to start something and do something and take an action. So if we go to the next slide, what I can tell you is we didn't just show up out of the blue for the community. We've been there many years and demonstrated we were allies with a campaign called Acceptance Matters. And even in the case of the transgender community, back in 2016, we launched a bathroom for all humans, which if you had a heartbeat, you were able to, your pulse was the mechanism of entry to the bathroom during a time where states and were making decisions that transgender individuals had to use the bathroom that they were born in. The point is, but we knew we had to take it to the next level and really take action. And it was the 50th anniversary of Stonewall riots, and we wanted to continue to make change. So if we go to the next, just building on Lucas's experience, we dug into some research and we learned even more. So this is a fact. What Lucas's experience is, 60% of people, transgender people, actually experience discrimination when applying for that name change. So it's not so easy. Second, people, transgender individuals, 68% say none of their IDs match the gender they prefer, and this is an issue for them. And then this one is the heartbreaker for us. When we saw it, we said we have to change this. 1/3 of individuals who have shown IDs with a name or a gender that didn't match their presentation reported being harassed, denied services, or even attacked. When you get your first card, credit card or debit card, it is a source of pride for people. But could you imagine that name doesn't even represent who you are? So how could you feel proud about it? And then on top of that, we now have a privacy issue where people could be discriminated against or denied service. We weren't going to stand for this. So here's what we did. The reality is we had to influence an industry. We had to influence our customers. I know MasterCard, everybody knows it, so you think it's a direct-to-consumer brand. We're not. We go to market through our issuers, banks. They own the end product, and they own the relationship with the consumer. And therefore, we had to influence the banks to move forward with this. And many of you may know this, but banks can be fairly conservative. So bringing something that would require risk to them, is a risk on our part as well. I mean, this is how we get our share. The banks decide if they're going to put a MasterCard or another brand on their cards that go out. So this is very important. So we said, listen, we uncovered what the effort it would take. There needed to be a presentment layer on the cards, right, that had the chosen name. In the background, though, there had to be two separate views that the banks would hold. They would have to actually then have in the background all the stuff, the credit checks, the legal information, etc. And then they would have to update their customer service. And we talked a lot about this, not just about the presentment layer on the card, but every touch point that a transgender or non-binary individual would have with that bank. They should be treated and greeted with their chosen name. And this was really important. So here's the reality. Time was a-ticking. People are having pain with our product, and we wanted to get it out there. And while banks might have been interested, no one was jumping to do it right away. Nobody was moving forward. And we had to take a stance here, and we had to do something bold and brave. And what we did was we launched TrueName. We said it was coming soon. We created an industry call to action and said that this has to happen. And I know it was in the case study video, but really we felt if we could get out there and show the positive response and sentiment that this would have, this would be the moving factor to influence our partners to move and move now. And so it did just that. This is where, the media lit up with positive sentiment about the change that needed to be made. And you saw, again, the case study, right? And consumers as well. The reaction from consumers was tremendous, transformative. The notes, the letters we got from transgender individuals on how this is life-changing and game-changing just pushed us even further. And we got a 19-to-1 earned to paid media ratio. And, just overwhelmingly positive sentiment, which was beautiful to see. So, go ahead.
No, thank you. And then, we also had the task of bringing this to life through creative and figuring out a way to communicate this story to the general public, so trans, non-binary people as well as allies, in a piece of communications that hopefully get people to understand a little bit or to feel the empathy of what it's like to be in a person's shoes who's having this issue. So if we could play the second film, we can watch the spot that we ran.
For transgender people, a secure payment doesn't mean protecting yourself from someone buying sneakers with your card. No, if you're transgender, a secure payment means paying for something without being judged, questioned, disrespected, humiliated, harassed, even assaulted, simply because the name on your card doesn't match how you identify. This is about more than just keeping a card safe. It's about keeping us safe. TrueName by MasterCard, the first card that allows you to display your chosen name, because that's who you truly are.
And what happened next was beautiful for all of us. The phones were ringing, and the banks were calling. We want to do this with you, and there they go. BMO Harris, first bank to go just a few months after we announced TrueName, followed by banks like Superbia and Citibank. Citi coming along with us, just remarkable. And this continues, right? So now we're rolling out globally. So Monzo is coming along with us in the UK. Bunk Bank in Europe, launched in 30 markets across Europe. And again, just understanding that there are other players that support the banks, like Global Payments and TSYS, processors, and BM Technologies. These are processors that will enable so many of their banks to scale this now because the capability is launching with these partners. And so this is exactly what we had hoped, that we would create a real difference and move in industry. And that's exactly what happened. Lucas, I hand off to you.
I apologize, I was on mute. Yes, so, change isn't just about this grand scheme. It's really about how it changes one human at a time on a personal level. So, we'd really like to show you how specifically it's changed, especially across Europe, and how we're expanding right now. And it's beautiful to hear different voices. So let's play that.
Wenn ich auf meine Bankkarte gucke, da denke ich auch manchmal, wer ist das? Ist das meine Karte?
À chaque fois que j'utilise ma carte bancaire, c'est vraiment un moment de stress pour moi.
Hij pakt hem aan en hij kijkt ernaar.
Et j'étais là, si, c'est moi. Non, c'est pas vous. J'étais là, si, c'est moi. Pijnlijk, niet fijn, verdrietig soms ook.
C'est juste le fait de me sentir que je ne suis pas visible tel que je suis.
Es fühlt sich sehr falsch an, diese Karte zu benutzen.
Und dann sehe ich da meinen alten Namen und kann mich damit einfach nicht identifizieren. Weiß aber, dass es meine Karte ist, aber es ist nicht mein Name.
Het lijkt misschien een klein dingetje, maar het is een heel groot ding voor mensen zoals ik. Mag ik hem openmaken?
Oh my god.
Oeh.
Thank you.
Mon nom d'usage, le vrai moi, le nom que j'utilise, quoi, qui me correspond vraiment.
Congratulations to all of you and your teams around you. I mean, is simply amazing on so many levels. You've got hardcore results. Oh, isn't that lovely? A nice hug. And also wonderful, wonderful change. I have a question around, the culture in MasterCard more broadly, and probably also supported through McCann as well. So, you've got massive revenue growth over the last 10 years, around 300%. Share growth since 2006 has gone up 800%. Again, all amazing results. They're business results. But you've done something that really, really matters, which is complex, and it's also very, very difficult. So I would love to hear what skills do you think an organisation should think about? In addition, what sort of behaviours? Because I'm sure there's a number of people out there who would love to learn from you.
Sure. I mean, honestly, part of it is the culture that we work in. I alluded to this earlier, right? So you don't have to ask permission for something like this, to do something like this, when you work in a culture where it is at the heart of who we are and what we do. And that's, so it starts with bringing in people that have values. When we display our values, we attract amazing talent that want to work in a place like MasterCard. Now, when I talk about effectiveness, sorry, we're getting a little bit of an echo. I don't know, somebody may have to go on mute, but when we talk about effectiveness, here's one thing that we do. We, of course, have a brand objective, and we, of course, have a business objective for every single initiative we take on, every one of them. But something that's changed behavior and a little bit of culture in our marketing organization is the earned media and earned engagement measure. And we aim to get more earned and more people talking about us than we pay for in media. And what this does is, it doesn't mean we don't spend any money on media. We believe in media. But what this does is it ensures you start with insights. It ensures you start with cultural context, and that you're going to be part of conversation that actually matters to people. And when you do this, look at the beauty of this initiative, and the second piece of that is that embedded, and I mentioned it earlier in Start Something Priceless, is that we're going to take action. What's the action that we take? So now you have to be a part of conversation that people will care about, and you've got to take a meaningful action. Marketing isn't so easy anymore.
No, it's a complex.
Right? But
Absolutely.
This is how we create that culture.
Excellent. I would also like to hear a little about your Centre for Inclusive Growth as well.
I mean, most certainly. So, one of the things, again, and I take huge pride in this, and our team does, is that we didn't wake up yesterday, or today when things got rough on thinking about, inclusion. It is who we are. We launched the Center for Inclusion, the Inclusive Growth back in 2013. And the focus has been and consistently is to ensure that everybody is included in the digital economy. It starts with some financial inclusion, because if we're not included in the digital economy, then certainly we can't grow. And when we look at that, we look at individuals, communities, people that haven't been included in the system, and how do we raise them up and ensure that this happens. And it raises up society, it grows the economy, and then in turn it grows our business. And so, again, this is a focus that we've had for quite some time. And it's not just giving away money. That's part of it. But it's the money, the tools, the resources. We do this right now with small business. We're focused on a program called Digital Doors. So yes, we're giving resources to ensure businesses can get online. And most certainly what we're taking on curriculum, education, resources and tools to actually get these businesses online on an ongoing basis so they can be in a sustained digital economy.
Great. And Lucas, what about from your perspective as well, as someone who is immediately impacted by this, but also produced this as well? I'd love to hear your perspective.
It's been such a fun project to work on, because I'm really, I am wearing kind of two hats, and I reap the benefits in so many different ways, and I'm just so grateful. At the end of the day, I'm just, hearing people's perspectives, like different, marginalized communities, and the SHL thing being more inclusive to like people who don't have opportunities to be in spaces. It's so important, and to keep those people close and to keep an ear to the ground. And I'm only one perspective as well. I'm a transgender male, but I'm also a white person. And like there's just so many other perspectives that even it's opened me up and my heart up to see the change that I was able to create from my personal experience, but also to definitely listen to those who have other experiences. So I really implore that people do that, and that's where the ideas come pretty easily, I think.
That's great. That's great.
And just the making sure we talk about having diverse perspectives at the table, and when you do, good things happen. Because you get different perspectives, you learn and understand new things, and that's how you innovate. And having Lucas as part of that briefing, having Lucas at the table for us, it's a game changer. So it's just, to me, it's just another example of why it's so important to have different voices at the table always.
Exactly, and we're running really short on time, and we could talk about this for a long time. I'm sure the audience would be very engaged. But Pierre, it would be great to hear your perspective as an agency working with a brand like that. I'd really like to hear that as well.
Yeah, well, we feel very lucky to be able to work on MasterCard. It's a brand with a heart, it's a brand with a mission, and to be able to bring ideas to people who are very passionate about fighting for the right thing it's incredible. Every good piece of work that you see out there in the industry, it has an agency champion or several, and it has a client champion. Without a client champion, you're not going to do anything that's new, because it's, anything that's new dies 1,000 times on the way to being born. And, for us, not to embarrass her, but it was Cheryl. It's always been Cheryl. she's a fighter, if you don't mind me saying so. You know.
Good for her.
Yeah, and so it's a real privilege.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're out of time. I've got a myriad of other things. Thank you so much for the wonderful piece of work that you've delivered. Thank you, Cheryl, for championing it. Lucas and Pierre, thank you for creating it and nurturing it and thinking of it. I think it's a testament to the best of the best in the marketing community and what we should and could be doing more of. So thank you for your time today. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Take care.
Tracy, thank you very much to you and the EPI Worldwide organization for bringing this story to our event. Cheryl, thanks to you and MasterCard for having the courage to be able to take this on and bring it to life. And Pierre and Lucas, especially you and McCann for having the vision and I guess the being in touch with the world enough to know this thing had to be done. It was an absolutely amazing story. I couldn't think of a more fabulous way for us to end our event. It truly is a powerful piece of content, and it really shows that content can be done in an intelligent way, but can also have a heart. So I'd like to kind of end on that thought. Thank all of our speakers, all the people behind the scenes who've worked so diligently today to bring this event to you. If you've got friends or anyone who wasn't able to make the event, we'll have a live version of the entire event up in about a week, so people can come hear these sessions, share this knowledge. Again, I'm extremely happy with all the folks who attended today. Thank you for taking time out. I hope we've added value to your roles in your organizations and in your lives based on the last story. So with that, we at Notch say thank you. We say thank you on behalf of our partners, Salesforce and LinkedIn, AdAge and Forbes. And we look forward to seeing you guys next year at Insight 2022. See you later. Thank you.